Testing one, two. Test, test, test. Testing one, two. Oh, okay. Right now I got the YouTube stream working. I'm just testing the audio. And check, check. One, two, one, two. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Testing, testing.
Huh? I know, right?
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
All right, so we have the
See how I sound online.
podium microphone.
Testing. 1, 2, 3 online. It's going to have a
So-
little bit of delay because of the internet.
Not sure how much gain, but I went up to like 80% on the channel. Testing, talking right into the microphone.
Yeah. It's a little hot. Hot. Okay. Game. Sounds pretty good.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I'm just waiting to see you. Yeah. A little bit of high end. I mean, the highs are peaking online more than in house.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Try again?
All right.
Easy to remember, right?
All right. I think we're good. Online sounds good. Can you get, can you,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if I just talk like in a normal voice,
Yeah.
about 4 inches away, not yelling or anything, and now let's see how much. No feedback, so that's good.
Yeah, it's good.
Check,
Online.
check, check.
I just had to turn up the aux for online a bit. That's why house was louder than you online. It was the aux style. Oh, just above 1K, eh?
Right in between 1 and 2.
Yeah, kind of, not really. 750, so like right there. Probably.
Try that.
I think that should be good. It's been doing that.
That's the only one to cover it. So if I just talk normally like this, it's good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
should be
perfect.
good, eh? I think it would be good. It's a small. It's not that big of a room. So.
Yeah, no, it's not very long or anything. So I think we're good there.
All right. We're good here as well.
We tried the other mics.
So they're not skirting anything?
I don't think so.
You tell me when you want me to.
I think.
I'm sorry. Repeat that.
Want me to
Yeah, you can.
double check?
Yeah.
All right, testing 1, 2, 3. I'm going to talk into the microphone. That's table mic 1
Yep.
and
it's
table
coming.
mic 2. And I don't forget to turn it off. So we worst case scenario, people just leave them on. But I think I'll just write in a little instruction here.
Yep. I'm gonna boost the aux on these.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Seems stable.
Yep.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Seems stable.
one of those into this. I think that's right. I need to plug. Yeah, I didn't replace one of these. Plug this. I gotta plug one of those into here. And I have to plug HDMI. The N comes from there. So now I need one more HDMI. Yeah, I know. Laptop's unplugged. All right, plug it back in. Yeah, it's working now. Hey, where'd you leave the wires? It was the green one. Well, put up the slides right now. Charlotte should just pick this one. Put it up right now. My screen now. Because the slide's supposed to be on. Can you just here, put it on one now. Okay, one second. So the internet's not working? Possibly that code for the internet is just this is the one.
I'm looking for it.
Over there, I believe.
For this?
I'm there. My account's there. just gotta get the base out.
Stage is on. So can we? Did you explain to him that?
Yeah, he's freaking out. He's freaking out. Okay.
Tell you what.
If we come here, yeah, we gotta release the pin first. You're right.
Release the pin first.
H, we need your help a second.
Can you lower that a bit?
Well, he wants it all the way. He's freaking out.
All the way up?
He wants it all the way to cover, and then we just have to move the panel. He wants us to move the panel when it's time for them to close the position. I know, but we got it. I need 2 more pins here, but I need help. Okay, step on that. Stay over there for now. Okay, hold on. Stay there for now. H, I need you here. We need to get this out. Can we just extend the wires? I did. We have to do one more. All right, we're gonna have to take it out of this, then take it off to this.
One's gonna have to lift the stage slightly.
But it's just gonna wires. Hold on, take that out first. Take it out. Take it out. Take it out.
Yeah, take it off for now.
Alright. Pin is pushed.
It's not coming out.
The pin is pushed, so pull.
Now get the pins.
Okay. Now, hold on. Let's bring that to where it has to go. Can you move it there? Yeah. Bring that to the screen. Turn it so it's not flat to the wall, remember? No, we won't touch it. We're done, yeah.
We push it forward a bit.
Yeah, I can move
Yeah,
forward.
okay. Yeah. No problem. Thank you.
Stand by.
No, Check. Check one. Check 1, 2. All right. If everybody could take their seats, we're going to get started in a minute or two. Now,
Hey, Greg, it's because of the tape. It's the tape. It's because of the tape. It's pulling it. Yeah, I'm trying to adjust it a bit, but.
Sego sewa gwego, dehluhiate yungat, wagani tlono, dano ganya gahaga, nene akwazosne ganagale. So hi, my name is Abraham Francis. I'm Deer Clan in Mohawk from Akwesasne, born and raised. And I am a policy analyst at the Chiefs of Ontario and have had the wonderful opportunity to work with such an amazing team to put together this gathering to talk about protecting our waters. And I'm really grateful, and I just wanted to take a moment to recognize Josephine Ba for all of the work that she's done and that we get to continue this work. I also want to extend my love and gratefulness to Lori and Dave this morning for the water ceremony and for the pipe. It was really important that we had that space this morning to ground ourselves. We'll be doing it again tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. in here. If you would like to join us. And also they wanted me to note that there is water here from the ceremony this morning if you wanted to come and get some. And then I also wanted to announce that the bathroom is just around the corner here. Right below us is the Niagara room where we'll be doing our breakout groups. And then also we have coffee on both ends. And I had one request to the hotel that we don't run out of coffee. And so with that being said, I think it's also really important that we open in a good way. And in the tradition of my people, the Haudenosaunee, we're going to do the opening address or the Ohandakaliwa Dekwa, or the words before all else, to open this gathering in a good way. I'm grateful that Mike Mitchell, a knowledge keeper at the Chiefs of Ontario, but also has a long storied history advocating for our rights in Akwesasne and beyond. And so I extend that gratefulness and for opening this space in a good way. Now, Mike?
One big longhouse here. Karan ye wana ge. Yake ingwa wana gatste. The one horad hagwe guswaged. Ne yachta. Qua. De you ne gan. Yanere. Atste ya satskat. Ah, said the door. Gahnegi you. You the heads to hike. We open our meetings in our longhouse by appointing one person to say the words for all of us. And this morning I was asked if I would do it. And to try to explain in English so that everybody would understand what that person would say. He would say, today we are gathering here and greet the Creator and thank Him for us being able to walk Mother Earth. The strength of everything around us we acknowledge, from Mother Earth to the water, to the beings, the animal life, the fish life, the trees, the medicines, the two moons, Grandmother Moon, Elder Brother Sun, beyond the heavens, everything in between, and the layer and layer and layer of thanksgiving. And each time he'd say, thank you for this. And so, in our own language, I'll give you what they call the executive version. I heard that before. Nega did gani yung gweda ke do ya daro ro ke. De che no mo de che ni sta jum jad. Then I go no da do gana. Di gwa si ga fo hike. Che no ni gana kwa so ro jag. Ye che ga te ge hike. Ona I go nega yo do na don hike dan neganji. Johnny no di gana kwa so ro ska dus. Ni wa da ni ro. Down on the order, which is the Hoguma, yet he won out. They won't keep Rodi, this was steady, 지리거리 소원학대 지혼 자트 석 와사고 사스동스 이 캐던으로 다니 나오니로 디스와츠카는 게 지리 와서 지리거리 소원학대 지혼 자트 이 캐던으로 타스 아외고 가데지나 호도 와츠카 또 하키 스코나이 도원 도니 오늘 내 되긴데 가라 하고 하래 아스카 내 예체나도 과 아수터네가 예치 쏟자 오늘 내 교회 내 과대치도 왔지 아니 도스와테 오늘 지스터는 과송 아수터네가 도츠카트스 오늘 이제 나가러 해야지 내 쳐다닥다라고 하니 내 서고야 디스 내가 디 아그 거제도 와로 그 디치는 거로 저게 전에 통하게 내 안관이고 Today, before we start all our work, all our business, we turn our attention to Mother Earth. And everything that makes us strong comes from her. The medicines, the water life, the bird life, trees, bird life that sings for us, that tells us, don't be in a hurry for your time on earth. Enjoy all the songs that comes from the bird life and the animals and all of creation. We also have two sons. One night son we call Grandmother Moon. One day son, our elder brother. And they all have instructions for their work that they do to give us strength. And all this period of time in our life cycle, we are taught by our ancestors that have passed down their knowledge to always be thankful for life. And so in that way, we give thanks for everything as we walk the land. We give thanks to one another. We see the goodness in our hearts. And we remember always speak in a soft way in ceremony. For all are related. We're not only related to one another, we are related to all life force, all of creation. And so in remembering all these things, we acknowledge the meeting that we're going to have. We have to remember everything that we talk about is talked about in a good way, with a good heart. The way our ancestors did their ceremony was all of thanksgiving. Thank you for letting me walk the land another day. Thank you for seeing all the beings and all of creation, Yama, that I am able to participate in the life force another day. And so it is those words that open this meeting today. 저리가 원하게 하다네 저.
Yo, Yanale, Mike. Now go for them words, for opening us in a good way. And now I would like to invite up Brooke Anton Kamalistist. I probably said that wrong, but they're half Oneida and half Cree from Moose Cree Nation, and they'll be doing our drumming song to get us going as well. Tuknigo.
Yeah.
Nyawa Goa Brook. That was really beautiful. And I think we're ready to get going, guys. And so we have some opening words that'll be offered by Abram Benedict, Ontario Regional Chief for Chiefs of Ontario. Really grateful that he showed up and avoided one of his other obligations to be here with us, because the water's important, right? And so I'm just really grateful for him to join us. He is Mohawk from Akwesasne, so there's a little pride in, being Ontario Regional Chief. So, Abram, would you join us?
Sego, good morning. Ani, bonjour. Let's go to Alados. It's such a great pleasure to show up this morning and join all of you for this two-day event. It's a great pleasure to have met some of you this morning, see many faces. I want to acknowledge Mike this morning for the Ahandagali Dekwa and setting the tone, as well as our prayer, our drum, and Dave and Lori this morning for doing the water ceremony. Such a great location to have such an important conversation that's going to be happening today and tomorrow about water. Those of you that don't know me, I'm Abram Benedict, the Ontario Regional Chief. It's an elected position that supports the 133 First Nations across Ontario. My position is elected every 3 years and supports the First Nation chiefs across our region. As well as I'm a representative for our region at the AFN, the Assembly of First Nations, on the many files that they do. And I can tell you that in the work that I've done, and previous to being the regional chief, I was the Grand Chief of the Mohawk community of Akwesasne, which I worked under a number of incredible leaders there, including Mike Mitchell, who was the Grand Chief, and which taught me so much about leadership and about defending community rights and taking decisive action to ensure that our jurisdiction and sovereignty is protected. And so that as the work I do today as the Ontario Regional Chief, that is something that's incredibly important to me, is the sovereignty and jurisdiction of our nations. That includes over our lands, territory, and resources. Albeit my job is a political position, but I take the message to Ottawa, to Toronto, that these resources belong to our people. The responsibility that each and every one of us have in this room to our resources is a responsibility that is given to us by the Creator. Ensure that these resources are not abused and that they continue to exist and going forward. I know that it's some of the work that we've done. There's some uncertain times. The governments of Canada, the governments of Ontario have used legislation to pave the way for them to do whatever they want. That includes taking our resources, which is incredibly important to us, but also very scary at times. Because we know that the clean water that exists is vital to existence, and that's the theme of the next 2 days, is water is life. But I can tell you increasingly, sadly, over the last decade, becomes more and more uncertain about who's actually protecting these resources other than us, First Nations people. We see just directly across here how the philosophy over there impacts the world that we live in. It's about the money, about making money, the trade, and what that means to the non-Indigenous people and the economies. But at what expense is extremely important, and that continues to be the advocacy work that we do to bring light to that, to ensure that these resources are protected for 7 generations going forward. And I know that conferences like this is about also bringing together our ideas, our thoughts, and a good mind to ensure we're sharing, but also ensuring coming up with strategies of how we're going to continue to advocate, continue to lobby. Climate change is a big part of this work that we do as well. 49 communities are north of Thunder Bay. We have the most northern remote communities in our region. Without ice roads, they continue to grapple with issues of access and how they continue to their existence. I was talking to a woman at my table this morning, and there's something that continues to blare in my mind over the last little while, and this is the work that the government of Ontario is doing around the Ring of Fire. My own little radio station in Akwesasne has an ad on there as well from Ontario talking about the Ring of Fire. The TV now has ads about the Ring of Fire. We know that the governments are grappling, chomping at the bits to get to the Ring of Fire and to extract the resources. It's equally concerning to all of our nations across this region, because the fresh water that we have albeit looks like an abundance, is actually a limited resource. And we need to make sure that all of those bodies of water that exist, that are so sacred and vital to our existence, everybody's existence, is protected. And so we bring that message to Ottawa, we bring that message to Toronto to ensure that we're holding governments accountable and doing the best that we can and the best that I can to support all of our nations across this region, whether it be here in what's considered the South or Central, all the way up along the Great Lakes into the North. And so I want to say Yamago Miigwech to each and every one of you for participating today. I want to acknowledge our leadership in the room, our strong women leaders that exist here as well, the work that they're doing to advance the community's jurisdiction, the sovereignty to protect our resources, to ensure that these resources exist for our little ones that are here today, that we have one joining the room, a couple of them joining the room, and the ones that are yet to come. So Yamagoa, for your commitment to the work all of you are doing. So good to see all of you. And I look forward to today and tomorrow. So, Yama.
Last but not least, I would like to introduce Jennifer McKay, who is the Regional Director at the Canada Water Agency, which is part of the reason that we are here, because we're so grateful for the funding that we were able to get together and gather. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'd like to begin by recognizing that we come together on the territory long occupied and cared for by the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the New Credit. You'll have to excuse me, but I have prepared remarks. I had laryngitis last week, so I'm just getting over it now. So I apologize if my voice is a bit off. So again, thank you so much for the invitation to speak today. I will be providing remarks on behalf of the Canada Water Agency's President, Mark Fisher, who would have absolutely loved to have been here today in person, but he had prior commitments and wasn't able to. So he's been long a proponent of Great Lakes, and I know he's met with some First Nations in the recent past too. So I think this gathering really offers an important space for First Nations to discuss these water priorities and share perspectives on transformative approaches to protecting fresh water that are grounded in traditional knowledges. This gathering is a reminder that water connects us all, and we heard that already this morning. Water sustains life, and threats to water quality and ecosystem health remind us of the need to come together to find shared solutions. It is fitting that this gathering is happening right here in Niagara Falls. It's just such an impressive natural wonder and a reminder what a powerful and essential force water is. At the Canada Water Agency, connecting and working together is central to everything that we do. Collaborating is not just a value, it's our foundation. We recognize that building strong relationships with each other and the land and water that in which we work is crucial. The agency just turned one last week, so we're just in our infancy. It was established as a standalone federal agency organization dedicated to freshwater leadership. Our purpose is really to bring partners together, break down silos, enable freshwater solutions based on diverse knowledge systems and regional realities across the country, and in shared water regions. We are working across departments as well to improve engagement with First Nations and in policy and program development. Our work is really guided by 5 streams. So the first stream is service to Canadians. So we're restoring and protecting Canada's transboundary and nationally significant freshwater ecosystems. Policy leadership, anticipating and responding to some of those most pressing freshwater challenges and opportunities. Cross-country collaboration, creating impactful partnerships to protect Canada's ecosystems. And foundational data and science. So translating some of the science and data to inform some of our decision making. And of course, freshwater literacy, cultivating a more water-aware Canada. So ambitious goals for us, but those are our 5 work streams. In each of these areas, we're committed to ensuring that First Nation knowledges are respected, reflected, and meaningfully integrated. So we have a new funding model for First Nations. The Canada Water Agency priorities also guide how we approach our relationships with First Nation partners. The agency is committed to building relationships with First Nations grounded in trust, mutual respect, and shared learning. This is why, in collaboration with First Nations, we have developed a new funding model designed to reduce burdens and barriers associated with competitive application-based processes. As a result, the agency now has targeted multi-year funding agreements in place now with Chiefs of Ontario and Anishinaabe Nation that will help advance our Canada's commitments to freshwater and also help us meet our commitments in the Canada-Ontario Agreement and the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement. So approximately $6.5 million in multi-year funding over 4 years has been made available for First Nation-led projects through this dedicated mechanism. So we're really happy to be working with the Chiefs of Ontario and Anishinaabe Nation. So these funding agreements include provisions for further distribution of funds to political territorial organizations and individual First Nations to support First Nation-led decision-making on the most pressing Great Lakes priorities. The Canada Water Agency is also committed to UNDA and building those relationships with First Nations is reflected in UNDA Action Plan Measure 49, which talks about the Government of Canada in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples will advance the modernization of the Canada Water Act to reflect Canada's freshwater reality, including climate change and Indigenous rights. So the Canada Water Act came into force in 1970, which is quite some time ago. Last year, we began discussions with partners to develop appropriate engagement plans to review the Act and look at options to address evolving challenges. We're currently reviewing input that has been received from First Nations, Métis Nation, and Inuit partners, as well as provinces and territories. And we expect further direction from the government, which will be shared once it's available. In budget 2023, the Government of Canada committed a historic investment for Great Lakes, something we had never seen before. And having worked on Great Lakes for over 20 years myself in various roles, this was truly a historic investment. And it was really to talk about it's $650 million across Canada to $420 for Great Lakes. So this commitment to freshwater includes looking at 8 freshwater ecosystem initiatives across the country, of which one of them is the Great Lakes, and one that I'm very proud to work on. Through this Great Lakes Ecosystem Initiative, the Government of Canada is working to address those significant environmental challenges that I've been mentioning. Some of those key priorities include increasing Indigenous participation in Great Lakes governance, stewardship, monitoring and restoring areas of concern, preventing toxic and nuisance algae, restoring and protecting critical coastal areas, including wetlands, and reducing releases of harmful chemicals, and supporting community-based science. So it's quite a number of priorities that we have. So in the Niagara region, right here where we are, much of the Canada Water Agency's work is advanced through restoration efforts in the Niagara River area of concern. Areas of concern are geographic areas where Great Lakes water quality and ecosystem health were impacted by or degraded by human activities at the local level. The Niagara River was designated a binational area of concern in 1987 through the Canada-US Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement. Since then, significant progress has been made on the Niagara River, and we completed a number of projects with the help of many other people. We completed projects to reduce nutrient pollution runoff, reduced toxics, chemicals in the river, restored eroding river banks, and removed contaminated sediment. So efforts to restore the Niagara River have been implemented in collaboration with First Nations, including Mississaugas of the New Credit, as well as Six Nations. We're also, at the Canada Water Agency, investing in science. This is actually done through Environment and Climate Change Canada, of which our agency became part of, was taken out of, many of us have been taken out of Environment Canada to work at the Canada Water Agency. But Environment and Climate Change Canada advances, and we're working really closely with them to advance the freshwater science agenda, including work on water quality monitoring, modeling, and prediction. So it really helps us with achieve our outcomes. If we have good science, we can help inform decision making. So investing in science and data is really quite important. It underpins everything that we do. Freshwater science is really the foundation for effective decision making, as I mentioned, to manage freshwater. In Canada, freshwater science is undertaken across a vast and complex community of scientists and knowledge holders. I'm sure we have many of them here today. Our colleagues at Environment Climate Change are leading the charge of a freshwater science agenda in collaboration with the Canada Water Agency. Together, we're coordinating engagement with science users and support alignment of freshwater science priorities with freshwater management needs. The science agenda, anticipated for release in the new year, reflects input from First Nation partners, communities, and other science and knowledge holders. It will set national priorities and foster a more inclusive and coordinated approach to freshwater science for the most pressing freshwater needs. Freshwater science and freshwater data both play critical roles in informing evidence-based decisions to protect and manage freshwater. So while the freshwater science agenda specifically talks about freshwater science priorities, it also identifies the need to ensure that freshwater science is accessible and usable. So that's why we're developing a national freshwater data strategy. It will establish principles and standards for freshwater data management and sharing, and the data strategy will enhance interoperability, sharing amongst governments, communities, businesses, and non-government organizations. The strategy also supports a meaningful role for First Nations peoples, promoting data sharing with First Nation governments, organizations, and communities, recognizing the value of First Nation knowledge systems and data in freshwater stewardship, including commitments to uphold First Nations data sovereignty. So science and data are really powerful tools, but they can't stand alone. We're brought together, they must be brought together with the voices and perspectives of partners across the country, including First Nations. I'd like to share a few reflections on what comes next. First, we must keep listening to communities that are living with water stress every day. Listening to First Nations who bring generations of knowledge and stewardship. Listening to our youth who will inherit the decisions that we make now. And I understand we have some youth here in the room and some children too, which is fantastic. Second, we must strengthen relationships rooted in trust, reciprocity, and connection to the land and water. The future of freshwater will depend on collaboration, not just across sectors, across regions, but across knowledge systems. We acknowledge the leadership and the work, responsibility that First Nation peoples, First Nation peoples, partners, and stewards and knowledge keepers have undertaken already to protect our water, including the Great Lakes, and we're committed to working together in this shared responsibility. We'll continue to support the leadership of First Nations in protecting our waters. Canada's freshwater future will not be secured by government alone. It will be shaped through respectful collaboration by bringing together First Nation knowledge systems, science, policy, industry, and community, and by actively supporting contributions of those who have led the way. And I think many of those people who have led the way are here in this room. Last, we need to turn urgency into momentum. This is why the Canada Water Agency is undertaking exploratory work toward the development of a national water security strategy, which I just had a little side chat with Kathleen Padula about. So this is part of our efforts to advance work that was outlined in the federal freshwater platform commitments. The challenges facing freshwater are real. The solutions are within reach if we act together. And I want to emphasize that last point because we often talk about water in terms of crisis. We've had floods, we've had wildfires, we've had droughts not far from here. And those realities are critical, but we also need to talk about water as a source of opportunity. An opportunity to create, to collaborate, and to build more resilient, equitable, and sustainable communities. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak here today, and I look forward to hearing how we can work together to ensure that we have all working towards the goal of to protect the Great Lakes for current and future generations. Thank you so much, Chiefs of Ontario, and all of you for allowing me to speak today. So thank you.
Now, Abram, now Jennifer, for your words to get us opened. And next we have our keynotes. So the first presenter that I'm going to have is a recording from Henry Lickers, who was the first IJC Indigenous Commissioner, and is also a mentor of mine from my years working at the MCA Environment Program. So I'm really grateful that I had to track him down and corner him at an IJC meeting and let him record this message for us, to share some good words. And, often what I'm sort of putting out there is to share words of hope, because we live in really hard times, and I think we need good messages and to be inspired and have our fires reinvigorated. So,
Hello. Hello, my friends. My name is Henry Lickers. I was with the International Joint Commission, and I worked with the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne for almost 43 years as their director of the Department of the Environment. We were one of the first departments of the environment in Canada on a First Nation community or Indian reserve. And at that time, it wasn't considered, there were no considered people to be scientists. But the people that were with me, we hired just about anybody that would work. And we found that you could turn a person into a scientist just by showing them the things that were important to them. So we had people who were interested in indigenous medicines. And so we asked them to continue looking. We had people who were interested in the St. Lawrence River and the water there. And we helped them understand what the water was and how it flowed and worked. And then there were people who were interested in the animals that lived in that water, the fishermen, the trappers, the hunters. And we worked with all of those people within our own community. And the hunters and the trappers and the other knowledge keepers were surprised to see that their kids were so enamored with the things that were out there. For myself, I grew up on the Six Nations Reserve by the Grand River. And so my life has always been associated with water. I consider myself a river person, and I know that river water flows through my veins. But that river and those waters always were important to me. My grandmother and my great-grandmother, they told me the stories about the water. They told me how the water was one of the most important things in our communities, and that water was one of the few things that could flow between this reality and the spirit world and not be changed. It was always that thing that could heal you and take care of you. And there were many stories about that. There were stories of warriors who had been hurt seriously in battle or being mauled or a tree falling on them. And what they did was they went and they found the precious water. And when they laid in that water, they were healed and could come back again. And so I always looked at the water as something that when I felt blue and low, or that my world didn't seem to be right, I could always go to that water, and that water would heal me and help me. So living in Akwesasne, that was something you could do any day you wanted to. Maybe not during the winter, it was a little bit cold, but the water was always there and always part of me. As I grew, there were times when you were very discouraged and you felt alone in the world. But then I met many other people, and you know what? They felt alone too. And so we all got together and we talked. We all got together and made a pot of corn soup. And we had that corn soup and ate it with glory. And as we did, we related the stories to each other. And those stories became, well, I want to say legends, because those people are still alive today, and we're still telling those stories about the things that we've done. It was all not easy, but then what else is easy in life? You have to work for those things that you think are important. You have to protect the things that you think need to be protected. And you have to teach others how important this world is. So I talk to you now, and I know you're having a water conference, and boy, I wish I could be there, because many of you probably know me, and I've always wanted to see my friends. But I had to sit with another set of family, and we had to talk about important things again with the IJC. And that's something that I've been working on for probably the past 20 to 30 years, of getting the IJC to see how important traditional knowledge of our people is to the sciences that we have here in the world. And what I'm finding nowadays is people want to hear about this. They want to hear about our knowledge. They want to hear about our ceremonies, because they don't have the same ceremonies that we do. They don't celebrate the same things, but they find that they want to. And so they're ready to listen to us. So, for you who are starting out, for you who have been working at this long, I say that the Creator will protect you and keep you, and that you'll find happiness in that world that you find around you. And I hope that someday we'll be able to meet and be able to sit down, have a bowl of corn soup and maybe a fry bread by the river someplace, and talk until we feel that the sun goes down. So thank you very much for listening to me. And I wish you all the best of luck and all of the joy. Make sure that you talk to the other people in your rooms and in these meetings, because those people are the people that will follow you for the rest of your life. And you know where they live. So thank you.
Now, I think that was such a fun recording. We had to record it in the most loud room possible. Whatever app I downloaded didn't work to remove that, but you know, all with learning. And next for our keynotes to close us out before our wellness break at 11, I have Chris Plain, Deputy Grand Council Chief of the Anishinaabe Nation, to share his message, and really grateful that Chris was able to come and join us, as Linda was unable to show up due to other obligations.
Ani bonjour, Chris Plain Dijnakaz, Janong Donjaba, Nike Dodam, Nike Ogama Nishnabek Adek Dodam. It gives me great pleasure to be here today. I'm honored to stand here at the request of our Grand Council Chief. She was supposed to be here today, Linda DeBosque. Many of you would know her, and she's a champion of water and very qualified to speak. Sadly, however, she cannot be here due to a passing in her family, so our thoughts are with her and the DeBosque family and the community of Chiking today. However, what she wanted to ensure is that we remain a part of this very important event. And we wanted to ensure that we share some perspectives with you all. On that note, whether we are here in person or in spirit, we are united by a sacred truth, that we are still here. It is no accident that we are all here together, once again, discussing a very sacred and important part of our life, Nibi. It is the will of the Creator that we continue to carry on the original instructions given to the Anishinaabe to protect the land, the water, and all creation. We are reminded that we have a responsibility to ensure that sustains us all today, sustains us in the future generations and those yet to come. Our nations have lived alongside the Great Lakes since time immemorial, even before the last ice age. And we know this not through written records, but through our oral history passed down from generation to generation. We were here before the lakes were great, and we will be here long after, because the Creator entrusted us with the sacred duty to protecting these waters. Water is not just a resource, water is life. Nimi Bamatsuin. It is the lifeblood of Mother Earth, flowing through rivers and lakes, through our bodies, and nourishing all of creation. In our language, and all of our languages, water is sacred. It has a spirit, and it has a gift. Our women were given the responsibility to care for our water, a responsibility given directly by our Creator. This is woven into our inherent laws, our ceremonies, our songs, and our stories. Our men were given the responsibility to protect our women and to ensure that our life givers were safe in carrying out their roles and responsibilities today. I stand with all of our women and their sacred responsibilities, giving life and protecting our water, and commit to continue in this responsibility all the days of my life. Encourage all men out there to do the same. Today, as we meet together again, we must continue to seize the opportunity to teach our children the utmost respect for the Creator, their mothers, and the responsibility to protect the giver of all life, Nibi. The Great Lakes are just not bodies of water. They are our relatives. They shape our identity, our culture, our economy, and our governance. Take a moment to think about how our ancestors lived, not just as Anishinaabe, but as Anishinaabe who lived by the original instructions of their inherent responsibility. Now imagine our ancestors watching us today, because they are. We just can't see them physically. And ask ourselves, are we carrying on our inherent responsibility in a way that our ancestors envisioned? Now imagine if we take all of our ideas about individual inherent responsibilities and turn it into a collective inherent responsibility. What would that look like? We imagine that it would look like the strength in numbers, a communal exercise of inherent responsibility, protection, despite the borders that separate us. And when we come together in collective unity, there is nothing that can break us, nothing that can separate us. Together, we can protect our waters. 63 First Nations in Ontario are located within the Great Lakes Basin. 39 of those are Anishinaabe Nation communities, representing over 70,000 citizens, nearly 1/3 of Ontario's Indigenous population. Every shoreline, every river bend, every water molecule holds the stories of our ancestors, the teachings of our elders, and the hopes of our future generations. Our Aboriginal and treaty rights are not recent developments. They existed long before treaties were signed. We hold the inherent right to self-determination and self-governance over our lands and waters. We are the jurisdictional governments in the Great Lakes system. Our rights are tied to the health of the Great Lakes ecosystem, to water quality, water quantity, and the long-term sustainability of our fisheries. This is why the work on Bill C-61, the First Nations Clean Water Act, has been so critical. It recognizes human right to water. This legislation affirms our jurisdiction over water, water source water, drinking water, and wastewater. It recognizes the water on, in, and under the reserve lands belongs to us, not the provinces, that our nations must lead in protecting it. But despite its promise, Bill C-61 was left to die on the table when Parliament was prorogued. It is clear to us that the government, including the Minister of IS, Indigenous Services Canada is not treating this law as a priority. In fact, they have not responded to any of our advocacy with respect to the reintroduction and have canceled meetings. We are hearing that this government has flagged Bill C-61 as risky due to the recognition of our jurisdiction, source water protection, protection zones, and recognition of inherent right. We are hearing this government's intent is to reduce the strength of this bill significantly, and we need to stand together now to ensure this does not happen. We call on the federal government to reintroduce Bill C-61 without delay and without any amendments. We call on all levels of government, all treaty partners, and all allies to stand with us in demanding the immediate reintroduction of Bill C-61 in the House of Commons. We urge members of Parliament to champion the bill to ensure it reflects the full scope of First Nations jurisdiction over water. Include binding commitments to funding, infrastructure, and capacity building. Respect our economic, cultural, and ceremonial uses of water. Ensure that no community is left behind in the pursuit of clean, safe, and sovereign water systems. We ask our communities, our youth, our elders, and our leadership to raise their voices. Let us write, speak, and organize to ensure this legislation does not fade into silence. Let us make it known water is life, and our nations will no longer wait. Our ancestors have inhabited the Great Lakes Basin since time immemorial, long before political borders divided Turtle Island. The tribal and First Nation Great Lakes Water Accord signed in 2004 reminds us of that our spiritual and cultural connections to Mother Earth are manifested in our willingness to embrace the responsibility of protecting and preserving the land and the waters. This accord affirms that water is the lifeblood of Mother Earth, and Indigenous women continue their sacred role as protectors of the water. Ceremonial teachings are just not heritage, they are living practices and treasured gifts that we pass on to our children. We are taught to think beyond the current generation, always asking, what are we leaving for the seventh generation? The health of any one part of Earth affects the health of the whole. This accord is a powerful reminder that our responsibilities do not stop at provincial or national borders. They are rooted in ceremony, in kinship, and in our shared duty to protect the Great Lakes for all peoples and all beings. The Anishinaabe Chiefs and Assembly have mandated that we pursue the revitalization of this agreement, and we share with our sisters and brothers in the South. In carrying this out, we will need help and support. We welcome all support in carrying out this work. The Great Lakes face many threats: invasive species like Asian carp and quagga mussels, nutrient loading from urban industrial effluents, wetland degradation and climate change, plastic pollution, and legacy contaminants. Each region of the Anishinaabe Nation faces unique challenges and also shared challenges. In the Southwest region, phosphorus loading threatens fish stocks and drinking water. In our Lake Huron region, climate change has lowered water levels and threatens wetlands. In our Southeast region, nearshore degradation impacts traditional foods like wild rice. And in our Northern Superior region, invasive species threaten inland lakes and Lake Nipigon. What happens to the water happens to us all. We are not just observers, we are leaders in water protection. Since 2017, the Anishinaabe Nation and other First Nations within the Great Lakes Basin have implemented 29 lake projects to support water quality and ecosystem health, including wetland monitoring and use of traditional knowledge, fish habitat restoration, community-based water protection plans, and youth engagement and education. We are proud to partner with Canada Water Agency, and our Grand Council Chief has a seat on the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Cities Initiative, advocating for the health of our Nibi to a coalition of over 200 U.S. and Canadian mayors. We must forge relationships based on mutual respect, cooperation, and innovation. We must recognize that everyone in this room holds responsibility. Governments, businesses, communities, and individuals. Our inherent responsibilities bind us to one another and to the land and to the water. And in closing, let us remember, the lakes and rivers are not just resources. They are our relations. They are sacred. They are life, and it is our responsibility. Our elders and our water walkers remind us daily that water has a spirit. Our youth are watching. They are learning. They are our future leaders, and it is our responsibility. Let us honor our past, act in the present to protect the future. Let us ensure that life remains in the water, so that water is life for all generations to come. Miigwech, miigwech, miigwech.
So that was a quick message from Chief Chris Plain. Yawangoa for those messages and those words, and for setting the tone for what we're here to talk about. Really appreciate all the speakers that have come up so far, and it wouldn't be terrible if we took an early break, would it? Are we okay with an early break? All right. So just a quick heads up. I just got to grab my notes real quick. So just a quick correction. And so at 11:30, we will be doing our breakout groups. And so just for an awareness, we are going to be splitting the room right along this line here. And so this will be breakout room salon B and C. And that is going to be Water is Life, Healthy Communities Require Clean Water, where Sylvia and I will be facilitating a conversation about the Canada-Ontario Agreement, which is set to expire next year. So look at us being proactive ahead. Love that for us. And then over here in Salon A, Rights of Rivers, Area of Concerns, and Eels, which will be presented by Brittany Bordage, who is from the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne. Really exciting stuff going on there for communities concerned about eel, which I think we should all be concerned about. It's going to be a really amazing presentation to talk about our relative and the dangers that they are presented. And so I invite you to join that as well, which will occur on the other side of the wall over here. And then also we have monogamy. Did I do that right? I've been trying. And so monogamy will be in the Niagara room, which is located just past the elevators in that direction. I don't know what that means fully yet, but I'm going to find out like the rest of you. Downstairs. Down the hallway to the left. Yeah, that. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with monogamy, but it is this amazing map and this interactive map that reflects our relationships with the water and our connections. And I really hope everybody can take the time to go and visit that as well. We will be hopefully leaving that set up in that room for the rest of the day so you can go and visit it. There's a whole VR situation with it. Meredith Brown, Pat Madabi, and Katie Doreen will be talking about that and adding more dimension. They have a curriculum that goes with it. They have these giant maps that you can bring to your community and teach your kids about the Great Lakes, about all these waters, and it's just an amazing opportunity. There's a lot of really good conversations going on, and I hope everybody is excited for these breakout groups. So, and also have a really good wellness break, get coffee, maybe go take a nap, have a smoke, we'll be back here. Nyawa. Alrighty, y'all. We'll get her started. So, Sego Sewaguego, it's me again, A. Francis. And thank you all for joining this conversation about healthy communities require clean water. And I think really this is an important reflection on what does that mean to the Canada-Ontario Agreement. And just to give people a bit of like a grounding in what that is, like how many people are familiar with the COA? Canada-Ontario Agreement. Well, I'm about to teach you something. So, you know, this is composed of, I believe it's 13 annexes. It's been 14 annexes. It's gone through a variety of iterations since the 1970s when it first came into being. And the Canada-Ontario Agreement is a response to the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement. Are we familiar with the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement? We lost our slides for a second. Are we familiar with the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement? Okay. And so the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement is this binational agreement between the US and Canada. And it's this attempt to address the variety of concerns throughout the Great Lakes around algae, climate change, how to monitor, how to do all sorts of different activities and coordinate this amongst the two different countries. And where it's always kind of failed in a certain respect is in regards to First Nations engagement. And I think for a long time, the COA was struggling with what that meant as well. And it wasn't until about 2014 that First Nations got our own annex in there. Now, the one thing is just like that took decades of advocacy just for us to even be in that agreement. And so, you know, it's important to recognize, and I'm really grateful to the work of the COO team that really did put a lot of work into making sure we're present in there. And I just wanted to run through the current agreement, which has been in operation for, I think, about 6 years now. And it'll be 7 years this coming May, I believe. It was 2019, I believe, when it first went into agreement, the most recent one. And this one was composed of the 14 annexes. I'll be talking about 13 today. And so really, it was the first annex that they chose to address is nutrients. And the results that they were seeking out in this agreement, and by the way, like this is an 80-page document of like scientific policy and all sorts of agreement language. And so it's not really super accessible to people. And so I thought it was just important for me to get some of this information up there. And so for nutrients, they were looking for developing and implementing an action plan and approach to work towards achieving the phosphorus reduction targets for Lake Erie. Are we connected to Lake Erie? Are there communities connected to Lake Erie in Ontario, or is that the one Great Lakes that we're sort of a little bit, yep, okay. Okay, Six Nations connected to Lake Erie. Caldwell. Yeah, and I think this is really important information for me to understand as well as I kind of continue to grow and looking at this relationship across Ontario. I lost my slides. And so this one was really focused on the phosphorus concentrations, which is a part of excessive nutrients from agriculture, which can contribute to those harmful algal blooms that we hear so much about. And they're also looking at developing this for Lake Ontario, for a nutrients perspective to reduce the nuisance harmful, or what we call HABs, and maintain a healthy lake-wide trophic system. We're also looking to increase our understanding, development, and adoption of practices and technologies to reduce the risks of excess nutrients loss from agricultural production, consistent with a sustainable agricultural sector. That doesn't seem like a major concern to me anyways. I think that we're really trying to work towards protecting the Great Lakes, regardless of industries that could have influence over that. Also, the sort of fifth and final result that they sought out in the nutrients annex is to improve our understanding of the sources of nutrients and nutrient dynamics and their transport as needed in their roles. And this sort of just connects back to like transport of nutrients within the ecosystem and that separation between source protection, like addressing a source versus non-point source pollution. Non-point source pollution being, you know, the history of like mercury coming from coal industries out in the West. You know, these are these non-points that are just sort of these things that exist, and we can't really sort of pinpoint them in the same way that when we see industry, those are one of the best ways we can address that. And so for Annex 2, we're looking at harmful pollutants, and I think this is one of those high priorities, or continuing to be one of those high priorities for our communities to be involved in and engaged. You know, well, for us in Akwesasne, we're affected by PCBs and mercury, and I've heard so many stories from so many other communities about the harmful pollutants that they have in their environments that affect our source water, our source drinking water, and what are the best strategies to address that. And so where we really begin on this is around our research and monitoring activities. And to me, this connects back to this theme around our rights of rivers, of thinking about seeing and hearing the rivers and the various mechanisms that we do that. Because we're not just using our YSIs out there and using our contaminant analysis to look at the health of our rivers. We also have ceremony. And so I see this as one of those locations that we could start innovating and start thinking about how our teachings inform the best ways or that we can understand the health of our rivers and our waters. I'm gonna have a seizure up here. It keeps like coming in and out. It's like a little rave up here. And also, like, as a part of this is like addressing the release of these chemicals of concern. And, you know, some of the priorities that we may have heard in our communities is PFAS. Has anybody heard of PFAS yet? Forever chemicals, yes. And they're part of this legacy history with, I don't know, like military and also firemen and something to do with a foam. And it's also on like Teflon pans. It's everywhere. And there's all this research and theory that go around it. And as I understand it, what we're concerned about is parts per trillion. And so we're down to these really, really hard to measure levels. And so having the ability to do that work is really important, to have access in our communities to address that, let alone addressing the microplastics in our environments that are all through our bodies. And how are we in these conversations and leading these conversations? And then cooperatively undertaking research, surveillance, and monitoring. You know, like this is an opportunity for us to take those projects and do them in our communities, or get supported from various mechanisms. You know, I'm really having a wonderful time getting connected throughout Ontario, and the Anishinaabe Fisheries group that is here and presenting while we're here is going to be able to talk about some of these like ways that they do monitoring. And I think this is a part of a larger level of capacity building across our First Nations and building that dialogue. And then environmental quality criteria. This is like a huge piece where our values can inform how we determine these things. These are value-based systems. And our values are not the ones that are determining the criteria or the levels in which these are evaluated. And it's sort of put into this box of, you know, we're looking at risk assessments and sort of these larger levels and how we evaluate that. And there's a variety of sort of harder sciences that sort of determine that aspect of it. But again, we need to be in there because what's not just at risk is our health. It's also the health of the environment and the waters and all of creation that we have a responsibility to be attentive to. And then, as I said, plastic pollution. There really hasn't been a whole lot done around plastic pollution just yet. I had the wonderful opportunity to go to the plastics treaty negotiation on this global level and see how that's working or not working. It's a bit of a complicated landscape, but I think this is one of those really cool places that we could take the lessons of what best practices are being done around the world and bring them here instead of them going to those negotiation tables and, petrol states trying to weaken those agreements, we can show up and we can make ours even stronger here in Ontario. And then when scientific evidence identifies a need, new chemicals or concerns are identified and designated as existing chemicals or concerns are periodically reviewed for removal. And so, as a part of this larger framework of being at the forefront of emerging chemicals, because new chemicals are created all the time, and it takes a long time for them to be evaluated, and we don't need to be the guinea pigs in that. We don't want to be living with the implications and the long-term impacts of environmental pollutions on our bodies and our people, which also have direct impacts on our language and our culture, and create that disconnect and that distance from the land and waters. We also have wastewater and stormwater, and these are sort of those mechanisms which excess nutrients is getting into the lakes, and how best can we address these in our own communities to ensure our waters are healthy for the kids to enjoy, for us to enjoy. And there's various strategies to do that through setting up various restoration initiatives that ultimately can sort of put buffers in the way before that water reaches our source water. And then discharge from vessels. This ends up being a really important conversation to us along this delivery route that we basically have here along the Seaway channel here, and we're very familiar with this in Akwesasne. There's these kind of like sad stories that I feel are told, and there's a lot of regulation around ballast water, but us living with the consequence of invasive species within our territories. And how do we address that in the long term? Because there's also additional species that are introduced over time. And how do we address that? Which is ultimately in another annex a little bit later on. This one, really close to my heart, areas of concern. Always going to make sure that it's brought to the forefront. How many communities are located near an area of concern? And so we're aware of those impacts and those long-term relationships, the remedial action plans, the restoration councils, these decades of work to restore the impacts from concentrated industrial sectors that developed at the edges of our territories and implicated our people both physically, emotionally, spiritually, in these really big impacts, cascading impacts. And we've seen this and documented this really well in Akwesasne. And understanding that when we lose a relationship with the river because of pollutants, that we're losing language, we're losing practices, we're losing those relationships that we depend on so much. And I think what's really been important for me in these learnings at KU is about getting connected with the other areas of concerns throughout the Great Lakes, because our voices are stronger when we stand up and we talk with each other. And so these biological use impairments that are a part of this are a site of possibility, where we can change the standards, where we can affect criteria, where we can be involved in how this is affecting our communities. But what I've also learned through this area of concern journey is it's put in this really, really narrow box. And it's really hard to reconcile that when we as holistic people don't dream in boxes, we dream in the world. And we're thinking about implications beyond just the direct impacts on our bodies, on the environment. We're thinking about how these relationships are affected. And so there's a variety of areas of concern throughout the Great Lakes that are consistently sort of like moved towards becoming an area in recovery or closing the area of concern. And where I think the real possibility within this exists is identifying the stuff outside of it and the ways that we can address that beyond just this narrow box. And there's a lot of tools throughout the Great Lakes to be able to do that. And it's a really long annex within the COA, as you can see. And it's because there are quite a few areas of concern that are throughout the Great Lakes, and they've been going on since like the 90s, and research that was built before that. And what I remember most like most in my mind is how Henry Lickers would tell this story to me, that we knew something was wrong in Akwesasne when the eagles left. And we only started getting our eagles back recently. Now, that was due to a chemical, I think it was DDT, that like softened the shells, so when they would go to brood, they would crush their eggs. And so that elimination from our landscape was quick. And we knew it, and we brought it to attention, and we continued to fight to be involved. And I know in Akwesasne, we were kept at the fringe of that conversation for a very long time. But together, I think that we can continue to assert our space in those conversations, and even just dreaming beyond the past, but also identifying a future for ourselves. There was 15 in there. And then for the lake-wide management, I think these are, you'll hear this language thrown around a lot called LAMPs, lake-wide management plans, and the development of these throughout the Great Lakes with the various bodies. This is sort of that intersection of international work that we are a part of. You know, our communities stretch across the U.S.-Canadian border. That is not a border that should restrict us in our relationships, and we should actively work to break that down and bring our voices together. And this is a lot about engaging community, and this is a really good place to think about how we are participating in these processes. And they're looking to address nearshore framework implementation, and there's a variety of specific priority actions underneath the LAMPs for ecosystem health, water quality, the nearshore framework, the Great Lakes strategy, amongst other outputs. And, you know, really we're trying to address risk to our sources of drinking water and make sure that we can manage these and protect our waters, because, you know, as a part of this is our waters are always going to be threatened, no matter what. But we need to always be showing up and speaking out and putting ourselves in those places, in those conversations, because what I think is important to acknowledge is like how much things have changed. You know, when we were originally having these arguments with the governments, you know, we didn't have the capacity, like the full capacity that we have now, where we have our own scientists, our own doctors, our own lawyers, our own politicians. Like we have what we need to get in there and really move the conversation forward. And there's also this beautiful body of work within the academy, where a lot of Indigenous researchers are redefining some of the ways we approach these things and opening up spaces of possibility. And so it's not this foreign idea anymore. It's something that is backed by the research that exists out there that we have been a part of. And so there's also the adaptive management approaches, which in my history of understanding these is more like how we are. It's one of these sort of approaches in which they adapt over time, and it's a flexible approach that allows us to change as we learn more about a changing ecosystem. And it's really important in this landscape where we're being affected by climate change. And then you probably heard a bit about some of these different science plans that exist out there, and I think it's important that we get in those as well. And my gratefulness to Sylvia for participating in the IJC science plan. And, you know, this is all of this work we're doing is about, again, getting our voices in these conversations and organizing amongst each other. And then that way, you know what, in the future, we can be a part of the assessment and reporting on these various annexes and hopefully create a future where it's not longer just the Canada-Ontario agreement, that it's the Canada-Ontario and First Nations agreement. And then there's also aquatic invasive species. This one's a really complicated one for me. I think invasive species and some of the strategies, and I think a lot of communities are familiar with this, the strategies to address invasive species are often centered around different chemicals that we can use to affect that. Something more recently is like glyphosate to address, I think it's Phragmites. And there's like concern from our communities around that. There's also concerns around the lampricide that is used to address I think it's the sea lamprey and the implications that that's having on our fisheries. Because in particular, I've heard that it's been really detrimental to the whitefish. And I know that that's an important relative to our Anishinaabe communities, amongst others. And I think that we have a lot to offer to this conversation. And how that looks, I think, is going to take a bit of time to figure out best ways of approaching that. And a lot of it, to me, kind of comes back to the teachings that I've received, that there's a possibility. They're not here by their choice. They're here as a result of globalization, of capitalism, and that implication on our Great Lakes and our St. Lawrence River. And how do we build a relationship with them? I'm just put that question out there in the universe to people to consider, because I do know how destructive invasive species can be. You know, like in particular for us in Akwesasne, the emerald ash borer and its impact on the black ash tree is devastating. And, you know, it kind of blows my mind that this was a species that moved right through our community and we had no idea. And so these are the kinds of conversations I hope to have over these years as we continue to promote being present in these discussions. And, you know, within a part of this is like the early detection frameworks. You know, we have invasive species here. How do we take care of them? How do we build a relationship with them? Because some of them aren't going anywhere. But also at the same time, how do we then protect this landscape from future threats of different kinds of species? And perhaps maybe invasive species is too limited of a language to really capture what this means to us. At least that's my perspective on it. And this is what I feel like is a really important shifting perspective on these relatives. Habitat and species, I think this is always going to continue to be an important discussion to us as we try to figure out how to protect the habitats. I mean, I think we know. I think we understand as a people what that protection looks like, what needs to be protected, how to do this in the best way. And I think that this is one of those points where we have a lot to offer in this conversation. And to remind ourselves consistently that we are the value added in the conversation. It's our traditional knowledge and our relationships and how to do things in a good way that ultimately open up a possibility that wasn't there before. And so, you know, I'm really excited to be a part of that. Protect our native species, addressing climate change, and then be involved in restoration, protection, and conservation of our native species and their habitats, and a sustainable engagement with them over time. And I think we do know this. We have these teachings. We have the one dish agreement that taught us how to be good relatives in this space. Groundwater quality, you know, I heard a little bit about from Chris from the keynote earlier. You know, I do believe it's part of Bill C-61, right, with the clean drinking, where we're asserting our jurisdiction and our rights over the waters within our territories, above and below us. And so this is where we are. We need to protect that groundwater quality, and we need to be able to be a part of those agreements and those relationships to speak into that. And what does that look like? Because those are really vulnerable systems, and some communities like the Bay of Quinte have a sort of shallow groundwater, and they're, I think, in a level 3 water drought right now. And I can only assume they're not the only community. We're in a drought in Akwesasne right now, and our marshes just caught on fire. Now, sometimes we used to set them on fire, but this is a different circumstance. But, you know, these are the realities that we're facing. Is we're either have not enough water or we're getting too much water. And those are the kinds of futures that we have to be projecting for, especially when we live in our communities and in our reserves where, you know, we don't have the mobility that we should or that we historically had. And so I think that through understanding the groundwater better, that dynamic between surface and groundwater better, and the various ways we can approach that protection, let's get in there. Let's share what we can. And then, you know, the the thing that is always in the room with us, that we're always considering. We all feel it. It's at the front of our thoughts as climate change's impacts on our communities. We feel this, and we feel this in Akwesasne. You know, I know that northern communities are feeling this. We're all feeling this. I remember a time when we used to be able to drive like across the St. Lawrence to Cornwall Island. And, you know, you don't see that really anymore. And now there's only one little ice bridge that we can use every year in Akwesasne. And this last year, I was too afraid to use it. And it's like the only one, slow water, it freezes pretty like easily. And this was like the first year I didn't take the opportunity to drive over the ice bridge. And it's kind of sad to me, like, to start thinking about that, because I learned how to drive on the ice. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to grow up. My kids are never going to get to do that. And that makes me sad, because I think there is something special about that experience for me. And I think there's something special about ice fishing, about all these relationships that we have with ice. And I think, you know, I met this wonderful lady that we called Auntie Vi, who's Inuit. And something that she said that really hit me was, we have a right to ice. And I think that should resonate with some people as well in thinking about a future where we're affected in those ways. And I think that we as a people have the tools to really change this dynamic. Because what is operating on a global level, what is operating on a national level, is not working. There's clearly something missing. The science isn't getting where it needs to. It isn't communicating itself effectively. There's a need for shifting in worldview. And our worldviews already have that ethics in place, have that relationship asserted. And so let's define and figure out the best ways to have these conversations and be that Indigenous-led forefront in these spaces, like the COA. Because the COA is just one iteration of many different agreements that determine what happens on these Great Lakes, where funding is prioritized. And so your community concerns can be included in here as we move forward. And then from awareness to action, I think this is where I'm really hearing this a lot this year. You know, we've been having the same conversations for decades. Where's the action? Where's the movement? And there's a lot of sadness around that. There's a lot of defeat. There's a lot of frustration. And, you know, what I sort of think about in these moments is how grateful I am to so many people that set the stage for me to be able to do the work that I do today, to have the opportunities that I get to open the doors and speak to. Because you know what, there was a time where the door would have just gotten slammed in my face. And what does a Native person know about taking care of these Great Lakes? What does a Native person have to contribute to these conversations? And I know from training, from mentorship, from listening to my elders in my community, we have so much to offer. We have so much to share. But we have to share that in a way that is consistent with who we are. Because, you know, we don't want to just share our knowledge all, you know, freely, because there's certain things we want to protect and keep close to our hearts. Because we have been in a domestic violence relationship with Canada for, you know, since its creation and beyond. And Canada's lucky that we keep showing up to this table. And I think, you know, that's all I have to say about that. Because we, again, are the value added to this conversation. I skipped Annex 12 for reasons. Annex 13 is the First Nations and the Great Lakes. I struggle with this annex a bit, just because I think we should be woven through the entire agreement. Our knowledge has value in every one of these conversations. And to boil us down into, you know, the decision-making process, to fish consumption guidelines, which I got a lot to say about, but we need to be all over it. Because that's how our knowledge works. It's holistic, it's interconnected. We can't just talk about one thing. We can't just talk about water quantity and flow. We're also thinking about the quality, and what about the impact on communities and the impact on our relatives in the environment. And so with this said, I just wanted to get us all kind of situated in a similar mind about the various annexes with the COA for people that have never read it or been exposed. And then, now is sort of just this open period to share. And I have some guiding questions to help get us inspired. These are not the beginning or the ending questions. If there's more important questions that are present on this floor, we will find them and we will share them. And so with this, my first question to this group and this community is like, how do you see that we could make this the Canada, Ontario, and First Nations agreement? Any ideas? And we have Sylvia going around with the microphone. Anybody, just raise your hand if you would like to offer some words. Don't be shy.
Hello, everybody. Chief Janelle Namaben from Mamjanong First Nation. I remember going to a COA event that happened, it must have been a couple of years ago. I was so excited because in the language of the preamble did include Anishinaabe and their relationship with the water. And I thought it was so, just seeing everybody in the room. Unfortunately, though, I will say that there was only maybe 4, maybe 5 nations that were there. And as Anishinaabe, I think it is an important aspect that we need to be included in. So, who put that up there? But I think it would be great to be able to have more of those and bring this information back to your community so we can all be there to have these conversations. I did like what you were saying, though, about the Canada, Ontario, and First Nations agreement. Let's call it that from now on. I mean, I'm on board with that. But, perhaps that there is ceremony aspects in that too. So if there is an event that there's a water ceremony, just like what's happening here, what's happened with the Anishinaabe Water Consortium, I didn't see that so much in the last one, so just thinking about that. And as someone that's along the Great Lakes, down by St. Clair River, there has been a lot of efforts to clean up the water in that region. But I mean, the way that I kind of think about it too is also in the issuing of permits to take water, and how first people need to be a part of that stage, not something after. We should also be included in that. And as well as, when industries are returning water that they may have used, my understanding is that that is returned back and tested through industry, but why not first people? Why not us doing that testing for water that's returned when these industries return back to water? So those are some things that are just starting in my mind, and hopefully I planted a seed for someone else to take the mic and continue with that train of thought. But those are my first initial, just reading this, it would be nice to be able to have First Nation true leadership with it. So that's what's missing from this. Miigwech.
Nyawa. We got another one over here.
Ani Busho. Miigwech for that. I came in late. I had other meetings, but it was very good. Thank you. So one of the things that comes to mind as I'm hearing this Anishinaabe speak is some of the work that I do is with municipal governments, and so you have the feds, and then you have Ontario, and then you have their little animal, which is called the municipal governments. So one of the things in the consultation that we're recognizing, and that I recognize as a First Nations person, and we had this happen once with one of the nations, was policy. And they gave their environmental policy. And boy, did that ever cause a kerfuffle in the entire organization, right? Because they had not seen that. And so and this had to do around the consultation, this had to do around free prior informed consent around projects. So one of the things that I saw was that they didn't really recognize that Indigenous people had a policy. Like, why would we even think that? And it had to do around different things. But if there was a policy, and we, Indigenous people, are First Nations, us as the first people in this country, said this is our position and this is how we want it handled, they would have to come to the table and talk to us. You know, and that was, I think it's either policy or position, the way it's positioned. And I kind of, you know, and it does come back to returned waters and how we test and how we participate in that and how we drive it. I think as the First Nations in this country, we need to be the driver in these processes, because my experience now working with this level of government is that they don't think it unless you tell them. They really don't think like that. They don't think like we do. And unless we, excuse me, let them know how to think, then they're not going to think it, you know, or even entertain that. So I just, that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah.
Is there anybody else?
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Rod Whitlow. I'm from Six Nations of the Grand River. So thank you to Abe and to Sylvia for the presentation. I've worked on, myself and Dr. Deb McGregor have worked on the Great Lakes COA for many years at the Chiefs of Ontario. So I was just reflecting on some of the stuff that I had in my archives. Deb always teases me because I have a suitcase full of reports and meetings I've been to. So there's, under the Annex 13, there is an annual meeting that takes place with Canada, Ontario, and with First Nations leadership. So the one they just had this year, I think, was the 9th, and it was hosted by MBQ, Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte and Tyendinaga. So that would be, to this question, maybe it's just a sub-question, is that given that that was the 9th annual, and I think the 10th annual is coming up next year, and that's when the current iteration expires. I think it's a 5-year turnaround time or cycle for the Canada-Ontario agreement, so it's coming up for renewal in May of 2026, and that'll be the 2026 is the 10th year that we've had these annual Annex 13 meetings. So that might be a good exercise, is maybe just to see if we can extract summaries and highlights. In the most part, it was Deb McGregor and myself that facilitated those discussions. And so those should be available at the Chiefs of Ontario. I know Sally G is retired, and she was a great coordinator and keeping that all of those reports in the forefront. But yeah, so I just wanted to share that. But on some of the annexes, there's probably some specific considerations as well. And in the report that Deb prepared, she does go through each of the annexes and discusses some of the concerns and the recommendations that came forward from the First Nations delegates at those meetings. So yeah, I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
So a couple of thoughts. Before Rod, previous speaker talked about they don't think like we do. And I've been reflecting on that a lot lately in terms of how our languages change our worldview. And I've been talking a lot with language speakers and learning about the names for places. And a lot of the names for places in Mohawk, Huga, that's what I'm familiar with. I'm from Six Nations, so I'm familiar with the Haudenosaunee languages. A lot of them talk about the water as a part of the land that you're from. So when we're talking about, and also what Abe had talked about was that we don't think, we think as everything being connected. So I can see this disconnect when we're talking about land and we're talking about even land claims at the highest level. We should be explicitly making that connection that when we talk about land, we are also talking about our waters, and that should be all encompassing when we are speaking in terms of that. And when we're looking at how to kind of be that ribbon throughout these types of agreements, what I think about is the opportunity to, especially through this new funding arrangement, is to show that traditional ecological knowledge can be the best practices. Showing that what we know, what we live are the things that are going to move collectively towards the place that we want to go. So as an example, I was talking with language speaker, and there was this phrase that we were trying to come up with, this concept of restoration. And I was asking, like, what's the literal translation? And the literal translation was make the waters healthy again. Because if we're just looking at making the waters healthy, that's assuming that they were never healthy before. So the word would be, the literal translation was make the waters healthy again, as this like kind of continuous, what was that phrase that was used earlier, but the way of adaptive management. So yeah, those are just some things that I'm reflecting on, and I think there's a real value in using the language to share that worldview and take the teachings out of the languages for each of our languages, because that's where that disconnect comes from. English is very noun-based. Haudenosaunee languages, I know, are very relationship-based, and it's that interconnection, and I think that's where we start to break down, and we have to try to understand how to share that perspectives.
And so like the next question, and thank you everybody for these amazing contributions to the conversation. I absolutely love it. You know, thinking about how we're going to get engaged, how we've already been engaged, and also how can we move forward in a good way. And I think language is a really powerful mechanism for that. We have one over here.
Wajia. My name is Zach Tate. I'm from Wapakika First Nation. I represent our council over there, and our council's not here right now, but with terms of lands and water, Canada had imposed, or Ontario, whichever one it was, but they imposed our community to be a part of the Fawn River Provincial Park, and my late chief had fought with Ontario for a long time until he was given a couple miles to move the boundary. But that boundary poses imposition on us, where we like to go on the land. We like to use our water channels. We like to continue having family relationships build, and how we teach our families for generations to come. Hopefully they will continue to use that knowledge. And my brother-in-law here is a very great knowledge keeper of that, and he's been teaching me a lot too in my life. And also these invisible borders that happen to us. I just finished building my cabin in one of our traditional areas, and I got to fight for our people, especially in lands. The territory we occupy. I've seen open pit mines, and yes, they're generating money for each and every one of us, but where I come from, way up there, there's no big population, but we have our lands that are sacred to us. We live off them. I just want to note that, you know, I became diabetic, and I did enjoy the pop, the Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and all those things in my life. But my wife says, lay off that stuff, and it's a pretty hard battle for me. And going forward, when I was in the land, you know, I was healthy in the land. And I was stronger. I was made stronger in the land. Had peace in my mind, and I really enjoyed myself being in the land for our moose harvesting and my building my cabin, thanks to my brother-in-law. And you know, all those things that I'm a part of. It's the land and the water, but having to face the invisible borders, invisible red tape. I just want to acknowledge that, you know, my father before me and my grandfathers, they navigated through the lands, they navigated through the waters, and they enjoyed themselves. They were strong, and right now I'm back in Niagara Falls and had a cookie out there, and yeah, boosted my sugars up. But the thing is, you know, these invisible borders that happen, you know, how can we be a part of it? I didn't know anything about this before, and I know that my late chief had fought the governments to move the border or whatever that was, and that border still affects us because I don't really know where it is. We wanted to have revenue generation within our community for the waters, but that thing never came to fruit. But now we have our transmission line, which is it's great for us, but we're learning that, you know, it does have a lot of brownouts along the way. And you know, how can we be a part of this process? This is my first time hearing about this, and thank you for letting me come to this conference to learn more about it. So just include me in. I believe you guys have my email. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Rod? And thank you for sharing about like that community context. I think we always have to remain connected to the community level and thinking about, you know, those various implications, and then how do we bring that together on, you know, all of our communities together. So thank you for sharing that. Rod?
Yeah, I was just thinking, I got a copy of the actual agreement here. I know it's coming up for renewal next year, but I was thinking all the times that we've had, and maybe Carla can correct me, is when we've had the annual Annex 13 meetings, it's been Environment Canada and the province, but there are other federal departments that are signatory to the agreement. So the one I'm looking at is Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food, so that's a federal department, and Minister of Health. And the reason why I ask is Health Canada has a regulatory agency that deals with pesticide management. So I outreached to them through their website and had to deal with the use of glyphosate. And I got a response back. And I know under that Annex 2 harmful pollutants, there's 10 chemicals that are identified for areas to focus on. I don't know that pesticides actually falls into any of those 10, but that is a big concern because of whether it's commercial crops, whether it's tobacco or cannabis now, and even some of like whether it's soybeans or corn, some of the pesticides that are being applied in that regard do have negative impacts on other municipal plants and other, and again, I know the water quality agreement is about water quality, so it's not necessarily about contaminants on the land, but I just think maybe that might be one thing to consider for a future meeting, is maybe to invite some of those other federal departments to the next meeting and have maybe a different discussion about the use of pesticides and how they end up in the aquatic ecosystem, and more importantly, how they end up in drinking water. The Canada Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement has an Annex 4, I think that's chemicals of mutual concern. So I've attended some of those meetings, but again, at one point there was a drinking water indicator for the Great Lakes Basin, and they were saying it's either getting worse or it's staying the same or it's improving. We tried to compile some data to say how many of those First Nations that get their source drinking water from the Great Lakes proper are still under boil water advisories and what have you. But yeah, so I know I'm probably going way too deep in the weeds for this discussion, but I just wanted to maybe make that suggestion for future meetings to have maybe some of these other federal departments come and present and provide a window so that if First Nations and tribal councils and PTOs have questions about some of the things that they're allowing, like this pesticides management regulation agency that issues these permits. And so a lot of time when I went on the public portal, it says confidential, confidential. Who are the people applying for these pesticides? And then there'll be some companies listed, but for the most part, it said confidential, confidential. So then what? Do we have to do a freedom of information request to find out who's actually getting access to apply these pesticides across treaty lands and more importantly, right on the reserve land? So I just share that. Thank you.
Yeah, and feel free to get lost in the weeds, you know? We can use, like, you know, that you shared about that report that you guys did with Deborah McGregor, and I look forward to reading that. You know, it's been a minute since I've been out of the COA game, so, you know, I'm excited to get back in the conversation. We do have our annual meetings. You know, we had one back in July in MBQ. We're hoping to have another one this coming February. Fingers crossed, Garden River. You know, and we would love, you know, more people to continue to participate in this. But we also understand that, you know, we have community issues that require our attention. You know, there's a variety of issues affecting us. And so how can we make this accessible to people? And I think that's the question I want to put on the table, because we can't all be everywhere all at once. We need to be able to trust the community that we speak into and make sure that those messages are getting where they need to. So what does it look like to make this accessible to people, to be involved in a First Nations sort of governance structure, I guess? I don't know. Maybe I'm losing the right words for that, but, you know, for us to be present in those COA conversations in a way that works for us.
Yeah, so I asked Kathleen what's the follow-up to this session, and like Abraham indicated, we are going to host a COA meeting. We just have to set some dates, but it looks like Garden River is willing to host. We're looking for the second or third week of February. So just mark that in your calendars. We will send out official save the date. Hopefully we know by the end of this week, because we want to give you guys a firm date. But we will be doing online info sessions for you guys. So I would imagine that we're going to record them if you can't attend while we're doing it live, but there'll be an opportunity for you to learn more about this. And Abraham and I are, you know, dedicated to the Great Lakes file, so we'll be, you know, looking at everything that Rod talked about, all the history, all the great work that's been done, all the meetings. We'll be analyzing all of those things and ensuring that we bring forward the things that were already said, and that we you know, and we'll be gathering new questions and ideas and things. So just so you know us, I'm Sylvia Abraham, obviously, but we're here dedicated to you guys for the Great Lakes. That's like funding, anything, you can reach out to us. And we'll be here for you guys. You know, if this is the first time you're hearing it, you need any information, you want to meet one-on-one with us, we can do that. We'll get you guys up to speed and you know, let you know what are the next steps to contribute. But I guess wanting to take the opportunity to we're talking about COA, but the Environmental Justice Department is also taking comments until December 4th. I think it's December 2nd or December 4th. That's also another opportunity for us to put forward our issues in our communities, all the environmental injustices since Canada arrived. So I would imagine we could flood them with everything that's taken place in our community. So there are other avenues for us to, you know, if we don't get everything into the COA, there's, you know, Abraham sits on different advisory boards. I sit on different advisory boards. And we were brought together to bring together all those resources to best serve you guys so that, you know, we have strong contributions and that the policy is like more reflective of what we're looking for. So if you guys are feeling left out, reach out to us. We'll be here. Yeah, please look out for info sessions and then an upcoming COA meeting. Thanks.
Now, everyone, did anybody want to add any more to the conversation? Or is everybody hungry for lunch? Because it is 12:30. And then we'll be back in here. We'll have a live stream in another room if you want to have a little bit of, like, you know, quiet space, I guess. And there's also going to be an art and relaxation room. And yeah, so feel free to tell me your stories. Would love to hear them. And we'll be wandering around and yeah. So down go everybody for joining this and sharing your thoughts. Hi, y'all. We're going to get started with the afternoon part of our agenda. And as we are on this endeavor of hope and inspiration, I am now going to invite up Sylvia. Just a quick note that we will leave this wall up for the rest of today. There is going to be a stream in the other room, a live stream. So if you want to head over there, you know, and kind of have more space. But I will now let Sylvia introduce our next speaker.
Awesome. I hope you guys had a nice lunch. I heard a lot of good feedback. Hope you guys aren't too sleepy. But so we wanted to bring in some good words, and so joining us online is her name's Tina Kukan. She is from the Lac du Flambeau tribe in the U.S., and she is heading up an initiative. I won't tell you what it is because it's kind of a big of an announcement for her. So, but we welcome her. Tina also just became the CEO of the First Peoples Fund. She's a longtime friend of mine. I got into canoe building and paddling out in the West Coast, and my whole education program came out of inspiration from Tina and all the really amazing work that she's done throughout her career. So she's a good friend, a mentor, and I call her Auntie. So thanks for joining us, Tina, and we look forward to hearing about your cool initiative. You got it.
Ujo Nidwe Maganidug, Badana Quadokwe Indigenous Kaz, Migazine Dodem, Waswaganing Minawa Odawa Zagaiganing and Dunjaba. Greetings, relatives. My name is Tina Kukan. I'm a citizen of the Lac du Flambeau Band of Lake Superior Ojibwe, with heritage also from Lakudare. I'm really pleased to join you today and to thank you for the work that you're doing for the water. I'm zooming in today from Minnesota, and I'm here to share a few words about an event that's coming up that everyone is invited to participate in, and that there are many ways to consider doing so. So first of all, I just thank you again for the work that we're doing for the water, and each of us has that opportunity to ask ourselves, what is it that we're going to do to protect the water? And we know as Anishinaabe Kwe that it's very important for us to always stand up and protect the water, and to do so in as many ways as possible. So I wanted to share that in 2011, some of us helped coordinate a cross Turtle Island water walk. And that's when I was introduced to Sylvia Plain. And she came out west and walked the water to Gitchigaming, Lake Superior. And this was led by the inspiration of our late grandmother, Josephine Mandamaniban Badasage Iban. And the next year, Grandma brought water from Lake Superior out to the West Coast. And at a certain time, all of the waters that the people had brought, their sacred waters, were poured into the Salish Sea as part of a beautiful ceremony. And ever since that time, some of us began to ask ourselves, what could the tribal canoe journeys of the Northwest mean for our Great Lakes people? And Sylvia has been a leader in bringing the concept of the canoe journey and all that that could mean to our Great Lakes people. A few years later, a nonprofit group in the state of Oregon reached out to a carver friend of mine and said he had a 34-foot, which is over 10 meters, Voyager canoe. And did he know of anyone that would want to have use of it? And he said, yes. There is a group of Anishinaabe people living in the Northwest who come together in ceremony to share language, etc. So I have been the steward of this Chi-Ji-Man, or this big canoe, for several years. And the invitation to all of you is to consider joining our 7th Fire G-Mon journey. And what that means is when Grandma came out, she reminded us that part of that 7th Fire prophecy is that one day a new people would come to go along the trail of our ancestors and seek what our ancestors left for us to pick up. So the vision is that next summer, on the summer solstice, we'll begin to retrace our migration journey by canoe. We're going to utilize the Voyager canoe. We're going to invite all canoe families who might want to join. We're going to do this over a series of summers. On the summer solstice in June of 2026, we'll begin at the mouth of the St. Lawrence, and begin our journey. We hope to get as far as Niagara Falls on the Ontario side next summer. And then the following summer, we would pick it up from there, and then the following summer from there. So this is literally about the journey. We're less concerned about what is the schedule and the timeline, and more about following that prophecy. Find out what it is that our ancestors left for us to pick up. So we've been coordinating for a couple of years, and whether you're a paddler or someone who could contribute in other ways, there would be a place for everyone to participate. I know I only have a few minutes of time, so I'm just sort of racing ahead, but I'll share with you, and also I'll share with Sylvia ways that we can all get connected. So we'll begin paddling the Chi-Ji-Man, and we know that there are dangerous areas. We know that we'll have to pass by, 5 nuclear power plants. It's a major channels, major highways. So we are concerned about the safety of our people. So this past September, we took the G-Man out into Lake Michigan and did some training. We brought some instructors down from Ontario. So we have 7 people who have now been trained in big canoe navigation. We tipped it over, we bailed it out, we climbed back in and got back to shore. And we did that in 17 minutes. So we're training, we're determined as Anishinaabe people, and we're welcoming whoever would be interested, whoever might be called by this prophecy of the 7th fire to participate. We need strong paddlers. We're going to be heading up the river against the wind. But if you're not a paddler, perhaps you have a support boat. Perhaps you could join in as ground crew. Perhaps you could contribute some gas cards, or perhaps you're a harvester of our indigenous foods, because we need to feed ourselves with the medicine of our own foods that come from our lands to give us the strength to continue on this journey. So whether you're a paddler or you have a support boat, or perhaps you grow indigenous foods or harvest indigenous foods as hunters, fishermen, etc., we're putting out the call for support. So I'm going to share in the chat, and then I will follow up with Sylvia a couple of links. If this is of interest to you, please get involved. So the first one is seventhfire.org. That's our website. And that's where you can sign up and let us know, what's your tribal nation, and what are the ways that you would be interested in participating. There's a lot more detail on our Facebook page. It's called 7th Fire G-Man Journey. And you can learn about the trainings that we've done and our routes. So, like I said, we're going to do this kind of like relay style, where if maybe somebody can give a week, maybe someone can participate for 2 weeks or a month, whatever it is that folks think that they could do. What we would like to do is journey from tribal nation to tribal nation. We know that we've had our ancestral highways and these trade routes among our people. And there are people in various nations that are excited about hosting and participating. And those of us who have seen what has happened in the Pacific Northwest know that it has led to such an extraordinary reclamation of culture. Because if you have a canoe, you need the paddle. If you have a canoe, you need your songs. You need your protocol as you travel from nation to nation. So finally, we are also doing some fundraising. And so I'm going to put that link in the chat as well. And I see that I've already just about ready to reach my time. So I really appreciate the opportunity to just have a few minutes with you, to share the vision for the 7th Fire G-Man journey. And I'm hoping very much that you'll consider participating and what role you might want to play. So I know we don't have time for questions. I just want to say miigwech, chi miigwech for your time. And I look forward to hopefully hearing from many of you. So miigwech, Sylvia, for inviting me to participate. And thank you for doing the work that you're doing for the water. Gigawabman.
Awesome. So just as a follow-up, Tina is a part of the Three Fires Medewan Lodge. So, very similar to the Mother Earth Water Walk. There is that support and there is that call out. And for Haudenosaunee communities along the St. Lawrence, we would definitely need your support. We're not from there. Tina's obviously from the US. And so, we just want to call people forward to participate. She's talking about retracing the Anishinaabe migration story. So we started from the east and came to the Great Lakes region. So it is going to be a really big endeavor, but you know, I love the canoes coming back here. I know the Haudenosaunee did their 400th anniversary of the Turo Wampum, and actually I was able to join. I don't know where Kathleen is, but I was working for the Environment Department back in 2013 and was able to join that paddle from Poughkeepsie to Manhattan as a Anishinaabe ally. So we see a revitalization of canoes coming back, and I personally have become a Birchbark canoe builder, and the goal is to put canoes in all of your communities. So this canoe journey is an extension of that work and the vision to have canoes in our communities and to come together by an annual canoe journey. So thanks, Tina, for joining us, and we'll hand it back over to Abraham.
So yeah, thank you so much for those good words, Tina. Thank you so much, Sylvia, for finding somebody to provide those good words. We still have an opening for good words tomorrow, if anybody's feeling moved to share something, but just kind of putting that out there. So now we are going to work into our panel on the rights of nature. And I want to invite up our panelists, which are Yenny, Susan, Tara, and Pierre. And while they're sort of getting up here and getting comfortable, can we get them 2 more seats? Oh. So while our panelists get themselves situated up here, I wanted to preempt people a little bit on the rights of nature and share a little bit of a primer per se. If maybe you're not familiar with the movement, is that what that one's for later, right? Or is this the one that you're doing right now? Are you doing this one right now? Okay. No, please. Yeah, no. You know what? I'll start with this one. We'll move to yours, and then we'll jump into the panel. Does that sound good? Okay. All right, perfect. Little shift around there. And I'll make sure to be quick. Yes. And so Yenny has also a primer as well. And I just wanted to share a little bit of like my relationship with the rights of rivers. And the way that I sort of negotiate this rights and responsibilities with Ganyadalawanane in Akwesasne. And sort of thinking about what does that mean to me? What does rights mean? How do we bestow rights onto the river? And so the way I looked at this was through my connection. What is the biocultural context of water for Haudenosaunee? How I complicated the discussion, the history of rights of waters, which I think Yenny's going to call in as well. The importance of this group in New York State called Talking Wings to my journey of understanding this. And then I think the importance of Akwesasne to ratify a decision like this. So it's now 5 years ago, actually, almost exactly. I was able to put this talk together, Akwesasne relationships across time. And what it represented and was a celebration of, because that summer I lost my father and my grandmother. And, you know, when you shared about grief this morning, this is what it spoke to me. About my father, who passed away only 3 months before my grandmother. And I was just devastated, and how I kept offering tobacco to the river to let go of that pain and to write about it and share about it, because this is my connection to the river. The way that my grandmother's family used to smuggle baskets across the river so the Indian agent didn't get their cut. And my father, who was up to nefarious activities. But I'm grateful for them. You know, my father comes from a fishing family, and it really breaks my heart that I never grew up with that fishing tradition. And I feel like I missed out on that because of the violence we experienced in Akwesasne. And so this journey for me is an honoring to them. And so for us as Haudenosaunee people, where it really begins for me is with the Ohantakaliwadakwa, which you heard this morning, which outlines our relational network, our kinship network, our knowledge system, who we are to the world around us. And then I think about the Guyana Lagoa, the Great Law, with its 3 foundational principles of Skana, Gasnastasla, Gatniguhlio, peace, power, and a good mind, and how that was used to quell wars between nations. But also it's this teaching that can extend to us and our individual selves, and how we're trying to be kind to us and also to the world around us. And then I think about the stories that teach us about our connections to land, the creation story, which is where we come from and why we're here, the clan story of our families as connected to these landscapes, and is also a beautiful story about grief. And then our cycle of ceremonies, the annual reminder of, the way I like to put it is, when we messed up and why we got to acknowledge the land now, and an annual tradition in our ceremonies. And, you know, this is the watershed that we're looking at and the concerns that we have, and the complexities around this. Oh, that sort of then brings in some pieces that fell off the side of it. But Onagasun'a, being this really important relative of ours, and the responsibility of water to provide life, but also to carry away our grief. I think it's a really powerful medicine for us as a people, and to hold that responsibility that we need to be able to be in relationship. And I think even the vastness of their responsibilities is beyond that. And so when I started to think about complicating the discussion, I felt like the rights of rivers and rights of natures didn't make sense to me. And the reason it didn't make sense to me is because we come from a culture where that's our relative. It already has agency. It already has rights. We don't bestow rights on a being that already has agency. And so I sort of sat with that, and I was like, it just doesn't make sense. And I also don't see my justice being achieved within this legal system of the Western system. It's not where my justice exists. It's where I feel supported. And so I felt really distanced from that. And what I like about this beautiful long journey of the rights of rivers is, hilariously, it begins in a white community in a borough in Pennsylvania, at least as I found, which I thought was kind of funny to me. And then I think about how it came all the way, or it's now here, and you know, Yeni is a part of this movement as well, and how they've been able to pass the rights of rivers in the Magpie River. Through AFNQL. And so as I journeyed through this history and thinking about the United States, Canada, I just sort of stumbled upon India and the way that they have sort of the rights of nature embedded within their constitution. But they didn't really utilize that kind of language. They said every Indian citizen has a responsibility to nature. And where a responsibility exists, a right exists. And so that was just kind of my way of reconciling the rights and the responsibilities, because everything that I love and I dream about is about roles and responsibilities and about fulfilling those to our obligations to our relatives. And so I got to work with a wonderful group of people to put together a document that was like the Rivers Bill of Rights, and these two wonderful people, Blake and Zinson, spoke and took patience with me as I was frustrated and I didn't want to do it sometimes. And I was just giving, I don't know. And they were able to translate this into this really beautiful piece about our like the rights and responsibilities of the rivers, but also to what this can look like and be operationalized. And for me, when I think about these sort of different dimensions of the river's rights and responsibilities, it comes back to sort of 3 principles that I'm pretty much always saying. The right of the river to community, to us as a people. The river has a right to us, to be in relationship with us. Also, the right of the river to be seen and heard. We have to be out there to be able to know if something's wrong. We need to be in engagement, but also we have new tools like YSI and different kinds of sampling techniques to get an idea of how healthy this ecosystem is. And last but not least, the right to be cared for through restoration, through advocacy, through whatever tools we can put in our bucket. And, you know, for this, to me, kind of comes full circle, is understanding that restoration and that caretaking of the river requires the restoration of our culture too. We were really harmed historically, and a lot of those connections and knowledge were disrupted. And so we're in this critical period of calling home those teachings, and I'm grateful to be a part of it, but I'm also sort of elevating this to remind the governments that it's not just environmental restoration we need, we also need the cultural restoration occurring in chorus with that. And so with that said, about what I think in Akwesasne, the beautiful part for me is kind of all of these waters end up coming through our territory. Us being situated on the US-Canadian border at the intersection of Quebec, Ontario, and New York. And if we were able to pass legislation like this, it would demand a response from the governments. And I think that's exciting. And I think it's a possibility that so many of us can tap into as communities to help protect us against unrestricted development. And so I just wanted to share that little piece of the complexity of my community and where we're located and what it could mean for us, but also what I think it means to all of us to pass this kind of legislation within our communities to protect our waters. It's one of the many tools that we have available to us. And we got to use what we can. And so with that, Nyawa, and now I will now hand it over to Yenny.
Annie, bonjour. Bonjour. Hello to everyone. Buenas tardes. I'm so sorry for my English. This is my third language, so I will try to do the best to express myself as clear as I can. We have prepared a presentation, so I don't know if you can share it. Right? Yeah, thank you. So I'm the president of the International Observatory on Nature's Rights. We are promoting this beautiful paradigm shift from anthropocentrism, where the human is at the center, at the top of the pyramid, toward ecocentrism, where we are just part of nature, part of other species with whom we share this beautiful planet. We co-founded the observatory in 2018. As I told you, I'm originally from Colombia. At that time, I was studying water law, a PhD in water law, for many years, 10, 15 years, and I was very disappointed of the results of that legislation everywhere, here and there. And so when we understood that a river became a person, or was recognized as a person in Colombia, I just wanted to come back to my roots, come back to my country, and to try to understand why. So I had the chance to talk to the justice, and I asked the justice of the Constitutional Court. It's like the Supreme Court of Canada, but in Colombia. I asked him why you did that step. And he said, because the river was highly polluted. And if I wanted to say that a human right to water and sanitation has been violated, it's not enough. If I'm going to say that the Aboriginal rights are violated, it's not enough. I need to protect the river, to protect the human right to water, sanitation, Aboriginal rights, the right to health, the right to live in properly with dignity. So when I heard that, I was like an enlightenment for me, and I have really, really hope to see that something can be changed and that we should promote this paradigm shift. So we started on the International Observatory working and provoking like a conversation. We launched like a project on the St. Lawrence River legal personhood in Quebec. And then we were contacted by an Innu community that they wanted to talk, they wanted to protect the Magpie River. And so we started working on different methodologies as accompanying the community, what they want to do, why they want to protect the Magpie River, and hearing stories and sharing our knowledge. And so finally, we decided together to start resolutions to recognize the legal personhood of the Magpie River, and not only by the Innu nation, but also by the regional county municipality that gather around 10 municipalities in Quebec. And then we see that this is giving hope, and a lot of young people were involved. And then we see that also we are answering to the triple global ecological crisis, because we have a lot of mass extinction of species. We have a global warming. Yeah, the climate is changing. And if you know, 80% of the consequence of climate change is impacted on water. Drought, floods, ice melting. So we are not talking enough about water, we are talking about climate change. And we need to link those issues together. And this is alarming reality. We are losing a lot of fresh water habitat. The population have declined 85%. It's enormous, 85%. So we have also, I'm here with my colleague, Susan, who would like to also to address a little bit about the health of the Great Lakes. We are very honoring this beautiful place and the falls. So if you want to follow in on this dialogue.
Hi, everybody. Just to further what Jenny was saying, given that we're in front of the beautiful Niagara River, to add the fact that we know the Great Lakes system is severely impacted, and there's a lot of concerns, and there's stress on many of the lakes, in particular Lake Erie, which the river is flowing from right now into Lake Ontario. And so just to add that context, in addition to your slide, Jenny, about freshwater species, 85% in decline, also to say right here, for the Great Lakes Gathering of Chiefs of Ontario, we see that in the Great Lakes system. And you know, it's time for a change. But back over to you, Jenny.
Thank you. So also we see that C5, build C5, is also, sometimes some people call it right wing shift, but I'm calling it the destruction wind shift that is attacking the living environment. So we are putting the regulation aside, the ecological, the environmental regulation aside, just in the name of national interest. And for me, national interest is protecting our common home, water, the living environment, and us. And that bill was passed in a very fast manner. They didn't even have the time to consult indigenous peoples. And many people were very upset at what were happening. So we have an erosion of environmental regulations. Susan, go ahead.
And I thought, again, I would add the Ontario context, because we see the exact same approach federally happening provincially, with special economic zones that have been taken from China. That idea was instituted in China. Now we have it in Ontario. Zero consultation with First Nations. Zero. And so, you know, this one-to-window approach into a minister's office, how does duty to consult and accommodate happen in those settings? It doesn't. And so I just wanted to add again, the context that we're living in right here in Ontario is similar to the national C Bill 5.
So an answer to this situation could be the rights of nature. And the rights of nature, I don't know if you have heard about this, but it's some of the people said that it's coming from a beautiful text of a professor called Christopher Stone in 1972, who wrote a paper saying, should trees have standing? Before adopting a project, should invite us, the nature, the trees, to see what they think about our projects. Are we keeping and preserving the balance on Earth or not? But we are not hearing nature. We are not hearing water. We are not taking into account the voice of other species. But in fact, when we are going deeper in the roots of this beautiful approach, you find the indigenous epistemology. And the proof of that is that we are getting inspired of the Maori people principle. I am the river, and the river is me. If you are harming the river, you are harming yourself, your family, your kids, your future generations right away. And also, Aboriginal law refers to nature and to earth to establish the principle of law and order. Professor John Burroughs wrote beautiful texts about recognizing rights of nature. This follows the Anishinaabe teaching, the earth, and all our more than human, I really love that expression, more than human relatives are not objects of law. They are partners in law. I love that, with whom we share treaties, responsibilities, and living future. And also, talking with the Innu people who started and had a beautiful leadership on the Magpie River, they said, and Rita Mestokosho said, the Magpie River is our sister. Others said, it's our ancestor. She's been here for us. Now it's our turn to protect her, as she has been protected, the Innu, for generations, for 1,000 years. So, and many, many nations, also peoples of the Andes, where I come from, they see Mother Earth is not an object that we cannot destroy. It's a subject. And we went to COP16 avec Inés, the vice president of the International Observatory, a young lawyer here, and we were to the Culture and Nature Summit, and they adopted a beautiful declaration on Mother Earth, and they said Mother Earth is a subject. It's a subject of law.
And I just have more words here from Professor John Burroughs. Anishinaabe Moan word, Bima Dizawin, the principle that everything is alive and sacred. And to share that Anishinaabe Moan word, and also a quote here from a chief. This is quoted in one of John Burroughs' publications, and I just feel like it embodies what Jenny is saying here beautifully. And so just to share that.
So if you're going to understand well, the rights of nature are replacing us in the place we should have, not at the top of the pyramid, anthropocentric paradigm. This is environmental law at this moment in the Western world. But rights of nature are going to replace us in the center with other animals and other species. We need to live in peace and in balance together. So this is a way of decolonizing law, because decolonizing law is a shift from views that see nature as an object, and in fact the objectivization of nature is at the root of the destruction of the world. So if we change that piece and we understand nature as a subject, then we can honor her. We can respect her as we are respecting people as us, because we have rights and we have legal personhood. But they don't have, nature don't have legal personhood. We don't consider it as existent in law. So the rights of legal personhood, if you want to read some of them, Susan.
Yeah, thanks, Jenny. So legal rights include the right to exist, the right to thrive, the right to regenerate and to evolve, the right to perform natural species or ecosystem functions and to be restored, to be habitat and to have clean water and the right to flow, and the right to a healthy environment and climate. And I also love Abe's additions of the right to care and embedding Haudenosaunee values of responsibility. Thanks, Jenny.
Thank you. So if you see, they are not human rights. They are nature rights. And the river have river rights, not human rights. So the river is a river. It has the right to flow. Somebody asked Inés, why the right to flow? I said, but you cannot capture the river. The river needs to flow. That's normal. And they have the right to have it, the natural, the native biodiversity. It's a right for them, for the river. Go ahead.
Just including comments from articles from the Declaration 34 and 25 to see how these values are embedded within the Declaration, which is law in Canada.
Yeah, and they were included in the resolution for the Magpie River. So linking this beautiful recognition with the indigenous rights in 2021, before it was recognized or integrated into Canadian law. And so legal personality refers to the way in which one is considered or treated by law. So as you know, you are persons. Companies are persons. They are considered by law. Nature is not a person at this moment. They are not considered at all. So in the talking and exchanging with Lindsay Burrows, the daughter of John Burrows, she showed me that we have this concept of legal personhood in the three legal systems: common law, civil law, but also in indigenous legal traditions. She said there's already agency. So it's like something that can cut across the three legal traditions. And of course, if we have a healthy river, we're going to have benefits for everyone. Good fishing, healthy fishes, healthy water for us, and not going to do canoeing, because sometimes the St. Lawrence River we cannot do in canoeing because it's too polluted that even one drop can get you sick. But the movement is growing. So there are a lot of countries recognizing more and more rights of nature to natural entities, and that is beautiful. That is coming to the bottom of the population going up. So we don't need to wait to government to act. We can act ourselves and to ask our governments to do something. Yeah. Susan?
And just, this is the declaration, which I believe you mentioned earlier, Abraham, and it's, I feel, I took some parts from the declaration written here, because it's hard to read, just to reinforce the value systems that are embedded, and how we feel they reflect the values of rights of nature.
And I don't know if you are aware of this. The Great Lakes as living entities passed in 2019 after the beautiful way that grandmother Josephine did. So you have already this beautiful recognition of the rights and personhood. Let's see the second page. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the chiefs in assembly, recognize the Great Lakes water system as a living entity with legal personhood status, with all associated rights, responsibilities, voice, and agency before the Magpie River. And the Magpie River is a gift. It's a gift at that moment for many people who were struggling after the pandemic, and we had the chance to come back to our roots and to see what really matters. So a gift for a lot of people that were in a process of healing. And when we have this, started a new path, a new hope for all of us that we can change things. We don't need to wait to the governments to act. And I invite you to see the I Am the Magpie River. You can just Google it, and then you're going to find a beautiful movie that was made of this story that is really important to see. And we had a lot of energy to continue after Magpie River, so we continue with the process of the St. Lawrence River. So we have we saw the adoption of an important recognition of the personhood of the St. Lawrence River by the Assembly of First Nations Quebec Labrador, and we went to the Earth Assembly of the Earth Day in United Nations to share it. And if you see, this is Chief Picard, who presented it inside of the United Nations gathering. And also you see Chief Pietacho, who talked about the Magpie River. So it was really hopeful for many people around the world. And after that, we saw the presentation of two parallel bills, one in the Parliament to recognize the legal capacity of the St. Lawrence Rivers, another one presented at the National Assembly of Quebec. Of course, they didn't pass. We need to start again because we have new governments, and was a minority party who present them. But I hope that if we are together, we're going to create this political will, because we realize that we didn't have real political will to change things. But we start here and we continue working on that. And as you see, Robin Wall Kimmerer said, because sometimes I'm being asked for, what's the difference if I can clean a river without giving legal personhood? What's the difference of giving legal personhood and cleaning it also? So the difference is the relationship. Because when you understand the river as a person, as a relationship, then you honor it, or you honor her. And then all the work you do on cleaning the river would stay. And then we can pass this education for future generations that will treat the river not as an object to destroy and take an advantage of, but a person that we should honor and respect. So, Chimigwech, and just after finishing, I don't know, I have, Ines, you have a word coming from the St. Lawrence, just in 2 minutes, yeah? After? After, yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I now want to hand it over to the youth that joined us. Take the rest of the time and bring us home, because your voice is a priority here, and I want you to know that.
Miigwech Abraham. Wrong one. I'm just kidding. Aninga Kinawea, Winnabojo, Manama Koindishnikas, Manganandodam Gachem, and Missing, meanwhile, Nibising Donjaba. I come from two communities that have great relationships with the water. I grew up on the water with my father, setting nets and lifting nets and fishing and watching him clean fish out the back of our truck. And we rely on the wellness of our rivers and our waters. The other community I come from is dependent on our vessels and dependent again on the wellness of our beings and of our waters. And I want to give you a reminder that the waters and the rivers don't stop moving because a man in a suit wrote something down on a piece of paper. And so we shouldn't stop moving because a man in a suit wrote something down on a piece of paper. Miigwech.
Ani Kanawea, Niganzit Nimki Benestish Nakostik Dodam Chiging Donjaba. Hello everyone, my name is Pierre Duboski. I come from Chiging First Nation, which is located on Manitoulin Island. Hold on, I gotta pull out my cheat sheet. I'm gonna try and stick as closely as possible to the questions that we were given. It's really important for us to include the rights of rivers in this conversation as well, because a lot of times when we have this conversation about water, we tend to sometimes forget about the rivers. A lot of times we talk about big bodies of water. And at the Anishinaabeg Nation, I am the Anishinaabeg Nation representative to the OFNYPC Council. And through our work at the Anishinaabeg Nation level, we had a few meetings with the previous Minister of Environment, David Piccini. And through there, we really got after them, so to say, because we wanted the personhood of water. Oh, Chimigwech. We really wanted the personhood of water to come to our communities, and I know we aimed really big on our first meeting. We said we wanted the Great Lakes to have the personhood of water. And Minister Piccini said that may be a little bit too big for us right now, because the Great Lakes we share with our neighbors to the south, you know, that invisible line that separates this big landmass we call Turtle Island. And it kind of made me upset, because I'm like, there's an invisible line going across the world and across Turtle Island saying, oh, that we have to share that, you know, that doesn't belong to us. So we brainstormed for a while, the Anishinaabeg Nation Youth Council, and we decided to bring the conversation of personhood water closer to our homes. And the 4 bodies of water that we chose at the Anishinaabe Nation was Lake Nipigon, Lake Nipissing, the Thames River. What was the other one? There was one more. Lake Simcoe. These bodies of water, you know, we thought about it and we had conversations about it. These bodies of water were extremely impacted, you know, by you know, the non-native people. You know, the Thames River is heavily polluted from all the dumping that went into that river, the farmlands as well, and their runoffs. You know, and that's something that's kind of hard to avoid. You know, because farming is a big thing. You know, and our people for many generations farmed as well. Lake Nipigon, due to their overfishing. Lake Nipissing, you know, all the mines that were very close to that body of water. And of course, Lake Simcoe, you know, it's a very big cottage destination, and, you know, that water was abused for a long time. And there's not a lot of things we can do without water. And just to go as far to say, we wouldn't survive if we had no more water. We wouldn't. Life would cease. You know, it's crazy to think about, you know, if you have these, you know, imagine there's no more water. Guess what? These wouldn't exist. Our vehicles, you could say bye to those. You know, buildings, you could say bye to those as well, because a lot of water goes into a lot of the things that is created on this world. And after that meeting, we tried having another meeting with the new Minister of Environment, and I don't think that happened yet. So it's also very important to include youth at these tables and these conversations, and I'm really honored to be here, you know, at this table with this conversation. And I also really want to acknowledge the little ones that are in this room too, because, you know, the decisions that we make now, yes, they'll impact myself, but they'll also be impacting those little ones that are here. And that's the beautiful thing about us Anishinaabe people, as First Nations people, the first peoples of this land, is we just don't think about right now. We have to think, you know, that's 7 generations. This other question kind of made me giggle. It's, how can we be a better relative to water? And I had to think about that for a while. We learn a lot from water. How powerful it is, how gentle it can be, the life that it brings. But also we can learn our histories of this planet, because it's also a teacher. And the best way scientifically that I can explain that water is a teacher is when they take those giant ice core samples out of, you know, the Arctic and the ice caps, and you can see in the different levels of what happened. And I find that really cool, because a lot of people can't understand that. A lot of non-First Nations people can't understand the relationship that we have with the water. I remember in our first meeting with Minister Pacini, when we were talking about water, at the center of our meeting table we put Nebe, we put water. And we listened to this presentation on water has feeling. And we were seeing the side effects of this water. And this water, if you talk, you know, nice things to it, you know, the molecules inside the water change. And later on in that presentation, they did another, I guess you can say, experiment with it, where they talked negatively around it for an extended amount of time. The water changed. It started to get green. It started to get unhealthy. It started to get sick. And also, when we were talking about water in that meeting, it was a very sunny day. It was a hot day in Toronto, and all of a sudden it started raining. Because we were talking in a good way about how we can protect our water. And I don't know if we scared the minister, but we were like, that, you locked in a deal there. You know, it was a bright sunny day and all of a sudden it just started raining.
We lifted the water and sang a water song to him. And there was no clouds in the forecast, no clouds on our drive up, and sure enough, we showed that minister the power that we hold as Anishinaabe, as the first peoples that came here, and he was shocked. He made this joke. Next time Toronto needs rain, we'll give you a call. And I said, that's okay, minister. Maybe the MNR can help. But that's speaking to that relationship that we all have. You know, anyone can lift water and do that. I like to think about the loons, you know, and how they can't get flight themselves, and so they call out to Nodin, they call out to the wind to come behind them and help them get off the water. And so we have to not only maintain these beings, but maintain our own beings and maintain our vessels and understand that they have power over us too. Thank you for letting me interject. And I recently learned that the sprays the Hydro One is doing to control the underbrush is altering the DNA of our fish. It's changing the very makeup, the very thing that was put here. They're changing that. And they have the courage to say that it's only changing the fish. Do you think it's only changing the fish? What about the microbiomes and the super tiny microscopic beings that we can't see at the bottom of our lakes, in the sediment? You know, those beings, they work hard for us too, right? And if the fish are changing, then they're being destroyed. And we have to protect them as well. The land and the water, they have their own way of telling you what they need, but you have to listen. You have to, not with your ears, but you have to meet them where they are. And humble yourself and sit with them. One of my friends recently told me that they relayed a quote to me. They said, you know, the greatest warriors make peace. And so we have to make peace with our Manado, with Akikwe again. And remind her, you know, that we're still here, we're still listening, and we still care. We still love you, and I'm sorry. Because it's all about wellness and balance, and going back to what Abraham said earlier about peace, power, and a good mind. We all have to come together with that. And it's not just one person's battle or one nation's battle, it's a collective. You know, we all survive off of these things, and even our relatives who are non-Indigenous, you know, they need these things too. Even if they don't quite, that's where we get to practice our patience. And being one. You know, we are fishermen, we are navigators, we are hunters, we are one with our land. And we can't have any of those things if we don't protect it. Do you have anything to add? You guys have any questions?
Y'all gonna make me cry. Thank you to the youth that do so much. I think like on some places I'm a youth for like 3 more months, so you know. on the tail end of that. But no, thank you. Thank you to the youth for holding our feet to the fire, reminding us of our responsibilities, for sharing with us, and, for listening and sharing, like the dialogues that we're having. And so, I'm going to steal a little bit from the wellness break. Would anybody like to offer up a question to this wonderful panel?
Thank you, Miigwech. Chimiigwech to all of you for sharing. I really appreciated it. I guess a question would be, because I know that you were both participants at the Anishinaabeg Water Consortium, and it's nice to see this one continuing as well too. How do you see, and these are to the young people, how do you see these type of conversations and gatherings, I guess, growing? Or how can we keep this momentum going, and what do you see as a young person of what we need to continue the conversation? Miigwech.
Miigwech Gima. Truthfully, I think we have to stop gathering in these buildings. That's how I see it. We have to go back to our land, back to our lodges, back to our communities, whether that's hosting in regions, but I don't think all these synthetic materials help us connect to Manado, Gajemido. That's what I believe. Back to the land. Sit with our young people, bring the babies in, have them hear this, feel the energy of us being gathered. I just spent 4 days up in Bawating and Sault Ste. Marie on Rankin, working with moose hides. And we don't use the hose. We put our moose hides in the river for a week, and we let the water help us. We let them do a lot of the work because it's a relationship, and we have to rebuild that relationship with the land. That's my belief.
The way I see this conversation continuing to grow momentum, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I will reiterate, what my good friend here, Tara, said, definitely going back to community, going back to, our traditional lands. And I do agree that a lot of these assemblies, a lot of these meetings, yeah, it's nice, to come to the big city every once in a while. I'm going to say that again, every once in a while, because I know, that guy over there, he says he says there's too much buildings here. And I agree with that. There's a time when I see in our communities, the communities building big teaching lodges, these traditional styles of building, to say, but where you can sit in there with shkoda. And that's the one thing that I miss when I come to these assemblies in the cities, is there's that lack of fire. And the reason why, my late teacher, Gordba Wandabin, says there's some conversations that we can't have without fire present. And that also goes along with, our water. Yeah, it's great. We can see the Niagara River, we can see the falls. Canadian side's better for sure. But imagine having, this meeting, this forum in a lodge beside a lake, beside a river, in the bush. I don't know how that would work for, the tech wise, and, having these, we might have to yell a little bit louder, but that's the way I see it. And of course, bringing our young people out. I've through my years of working and being a young person at these tables, I've always challenged our leadership and our organizations is, yeah, this is really nice. You know, we can have all of our knowledge keepers here, you know, organization representatives. But would it hurt to bring a busload of youth from all of our communities? You know, it'd be nice. And I'm really proud. I want to say I'm really honored that the few people who brought their little ones, you know, that's awesome. That's really awesome. Because, you know, like I said earlier, they're the ones who are going to be impacted the most by the decisions that we make, you know, today, tomorrow. And I just want to reiterate too, Mike there this morning. Oh, this is a big lodge. It's a big long house. It was awesome. Like, yeah.
A tall house.
Yeah, big tall house too. Yeah, 24 floors. It's a big lodge. But also, you know, really making an effort to come out. For everybody here, you know, thank you for coming out. That's a step in the right direction. So yeah, I just want to say Chimiwet.
So we are going to be able to continue this conversation. We do have a breakout group this afternoon. It's being led by Yenny and Susan. I would love if you guys hopped in there too, because I think that this is a continuation of this dialogue that I think is generating a lot of interest, right? Thank you for that challenge. I don't know if I'll be coordinating that, but but I hear you. I hear you so much about community, and I know that the intention is here to be able to do things like that, and that like we are listening. And I think that does challenge the way things have been done, and that's what we always need to be doing. So thank you for that reminder. Thank you to Yenny and Susan for such an amazing perspective, the work that you're doing, the way that you're getting things done. Okay. And yeah, and I invite everybody into this afternoon. So we are entering into our wellness break, which is going to go until 3. Actually, it'll be, our wellness break begins at 2:45, and it's only 2:23. Yeah, so I guess we got more time for questions, Joe. For some reason, I had it in my brain it was a lot later than that, or a lot earlier than that. So never mind that. Y'all got 20 more minutes. Do we have any more questions from the floor? Right here.
Thank you, and thank you for the panel for your sharing your words. What I find interesting is, you know, the church, the state, governments, they talk about have conditioned society through education, through schools, the church, to think, you know, a tree is a commodity. Water is a commodity. The air is a commodity. Earth's a commodity. None of the teachings of our people are ever shared out there, and that's basically what you're saying. So how do you change that policy? How do you inject spirituality into some of those policies? And I think it's a long ways around type of thing. But through our children, through education, through the curriculum, we can make those changes. And I think it's up to us. That's our responsibility to do that. And it can be done. It's a whole different curriculum that we teach them. We teach them about their culture. We teach them about their history. We teach them about the land. We teach them about the water. We show them all those things. And in time, it does a number of things. I think what it does also, it creates that dialogue or communication again with our elders and youth. Okay? That's kind of slipping away, which I've heard about over time. But they can be taught to find the medicines, find the different streams, find those things. The elders still have that knowledge to point that out. And those youth, that's your energy, that's your young people. Eh? When I talk about young people, I mean even 30 and your age. But we can actually make those changes right from pre-kindergarten right up to university. And that's possible. We're actually looking at a curriculum whereby we can change in grade 6, those children should be fluent in the language. And if you think about it, you know, children can learn 4 or 5 languages if given the opportunity. Eh? So we'll talk about this more tomorrow, but I just wanted to add that to what you've had to say today, and I think it's really, really encouraging to hear what you've said. Thank you very much.
So I'll take a little bit of what you said and direct a question towards them. How do you think curriculum is a part of the rights of nature/rivers? And yep.
I think you're right. You know, we have to teach them young and show them that. And there's a way for Western science and our ways of knowing to walk together. One of the ways I've seen that happen is through the work of the organization called Water First. I've been working with them for a number of years, and I've helped them indigenize their curriculum. I've helped them create pictures and designs to continue that storytelling piece. And I think we just teach it. I think we just tell them our teachings and encourage them.
When I was listening to you, I could just hear my late teacher, you know, Gordba. I know many people here know, you know, Gordon Ba Wandabans. And I listened to him growing up. And I always remember when we were at Chiefs Assemblies or gatherings, you know, he would sit there. He would sit and he would listen. And then when he got up to say something, the room would just be silent. And one of my all-time favorite things was where I was at this assembly one year. And our Ogimok, you know, we're going kind of back and forth, not yelling, but just discussing on what things we can implement, what things we can do to move forward. And he simply got up and he said, we have all the tools that Gajemnado gave us. He says, it's very simple. So we have all the tools. Let's just do it. And to me, I was in awe because we do have all the tools to teach our young people. You know, our knowledge keepers, our elders. 2 years ago, we had our youth conference. Right? It was 2 years ago?
2023, yeah.
In 2023, the Anishinaabe Nation Youth Council held a youth conference in Thunder Bay. And it was a week long. It was a week long, right?
About 5 days.
Yeah.
Business week.
It was a business week, Monday to Friday. But the feedback that we got from a lot of these youth were, you know, they wanted to come to conferences that, you know, taught our treaties. They wanted youth and elders, you know, a youth and elder conference. They wanted all these things, and for us, I know for me, it was very impactful because when I started getting into this youth council position and coming to these tables, there wasn't really a lot of youth who wanted to, at the time, wanted to come to these big meetings and sit and hear a lot of big words and sit still all day. But when I heard these other young people, and this is what they wanted, I was like, oh my goodness. I was like, this is amazing. We wrote it in our report and we sent it off to the Anishinaabe Nation. I was really fortunate to grow up with my grandfather and my great uncles. Growing up on the land, learning traditional medicines, learning different plants essentially I can just eat, and they have all these benefits. And we do have all the tools. We have a lot of knowledge keepers in our communities, and yes, they sit with a lot of knowledge. And it does hurt a little bit that, not a lot of our people will go and sit with them. I know one of my favorite things to do when I was a little bit younger, when I was visiting my uncle in our community wellness center, was just go talk to all the other elders. And they would just share stories. And that is how we learned. Whether it was going to a lodge, but just sitting down listening to stories of how, what they used to do growing up when they were little. So that's how I learned a lot of different things about, my community, my nation, the story of Manitoulin Island was simply just by, sitting down and listening and talking and having tea or coffee. So we do have all the tools. We do. And it was said in Sunrise this morning, unfortunately though, that dollar sign hangs above everything we do. And, whether it's up to, the government to give us money to teach our own kids that. Whether we have to go to a school board or a school district to say this is how we want our curriculum taught, and then it goes into the hands of somebody else who may not be First Nations, and then it's like they have that all stamp of approval. Well, this doesn't fit, this is going to take too long. I do believe our communities and our people have the power and all the tools to gather, just simply gather and talk, because that's learning. Yeah, Shmiga.
Hey everybody, my name is Susan Robertson, and I just want to thank you both so much. You both are so awesome, and it's totally my privilege to sit here with you. I'm not going to forget about you either, Jenny. So I just want to give an example, because I feel like when you ask that question, I would be remiss if I didn't mention my friend Carolyn King, who's Mississauga of the Credit First Nation, the first woman chief. I helped her develop a treaty education program called the Moccasin Identifier. And what we learned over 7 years is that, the content can be written to share Indigenous values. And we made it free online. And we developed it in accordance with provincial curriculum requirements, which is actually not that hard. They're really high-level guidelines. And we helped teachers like myself, non-Indigenous teachers, become comfortable with the messaging. So we would go into the classroom and share. And then as part of it, the treaty teaching message, Carolyn thought of a symbol, the moccasin. And at the end, kids would stencil. They'd ground their knowledge, and they'd stencil the moccasin on the ground. And so when we think about treaty responsibilities, the responsibilities of, your inherent rights to the land and all our relations, I just think it's a great example that Carolyn and I did together. It was Carolyn's idea. I helped her find the funding and do the project management. But, you know, I think at the end of the day, a symbol is a powerful thing. And education, you're right. You have all, like, the both of you could write something great. And it could be online. And it could be developed per grade lesson. And, you know, it's being done already, right? It's out there. There's a lot of examples. And I just felt like you asking that question, I had to mention I had to mention Carolyn's name. Over to you, Jenny.
Do you want to add something to the comment or the question?
I wanted to address this young man here, and you made a comment on the curriculum and changing it or incorporating it into the provincial standards. We've created a thing called the Learning Fire, and basically we understand how to approach the school boards, how to work with the curriculum so that it meets all certification. And at the same time, we work alongside other institutes that gives us that capacity and credibility as well. So those things I talked about, I mean, just give you an example of something. We did a pilot project up in northern Manitoba some years ago. It was Oxford House, Manitoba. It's an isolated community about 300 miles north of Thompson. And what we did was to go in and train the trainers, okay? That was extremely important. So by the end of the second term or the second year, those children, when I'm saying children, grade 6, you know, they were capable of doing air sample, soil sample, water, radon gas, and I think we sent in 2 drones as well so that they had the ability to plot out their ancestral lands and treaty areas. It's amazing. It's, you know, if you just give them the opportunity, they can do the rest. And in saying that, we also brought them out, the grade 6, out from Oxford House, Manitoba, into Winnipeg to science fairs, where they walked away with a number of first place prizes. A lot of them never have left that community before. But that's an example of just give them the opportunity. It's amazing. So what we did is didn't take that computer away from them. It's just simply made it more constructive. So all of those things, again, I mean, another example of that, we created monitoring systems with little turtles. We didn't do it. Grade 6 did it, right? And those monitoring, you put them out on the wetland area or marshes, whatever, we can actually monitor them from here. So the grandparents and the youth work together. So that line of communication is opening up there again. And simply, like I say, you take something that was considered destructive and made it more constructive. That's the difference. The other thing is they have that, like I said, by grade 6 they should have the capability or be fluent in their language, whether it's Cree, Ojibwe, etc. You know? And the other one, when we speak about language right now, the language speakers, one of the big concerns, and I think that was mentioned at in Sarnia when I was talking to Lori-Ann Whitaker, we talked about the elders in the community being the language speakers to teach these children. Well, the problem there was they're not accredited, but we can arrange that as well so that they are credited. I think part of the concern there was they had credited language speakers, but they couldn't speak the language. So I can see where that doesn't go over too well in the community. So I just wanted to add that to your.
Thank you also for the comment, because concerning education, we published a book on the legal personality of the St. Lawrence River and other rivers of the world. And inside we have many chapters written by a lot of experts that share the stories of their own case.
For example, in Ecuador, that they won an important victory protecting the cedros forest. And they won that. They a huge fight between a mining company and people there that wanted to protect the forest. And also like the Mar Menor collapsed in 2022, and all the fishes were like dying. And finally, they get together and they collected signatures to pass a bill to recognize the legal personhood of the Mar Menor. So it's the first in Europe, also inspiring by the case of Magpie River, the Atrato River, the Whanganui River in New Zealand. So it's inspiring and spreading the world. And this is a book that is can be also be found in internet and also in many libraries for students to get access to this. And concerning the education part, I think somebody told me, even if we present a bill, sometimes we know that they're not going to pass because there's no political will to change things, because they prefer to stay in the status quo. They say we have all that, the legal framework is perfect, we need to continue like it is. Of course, the status quo is convenient for many people, but the way only to present it is just to educate. So at the end, maybe with the years, MP is going to realize that finally nature has rights, that is normal, that it has agency. So maybe little by little, just to see the bill that is presented, they can reimagine the world. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, we got a question here.
I just wanted to say, Miigwech, I've been listening very carefully, and it brings to top of mind a lot of things. And I wanted to say thank you for saying that, Tara, about the water in it. I just wanted to say this. When I was a kid, and I grew up on Georgian Bay, we carried the water home, and we drank that water, and we swam in that water. And we did our laundry in that water, but we also ate the fish from that water. And I remember my parents saying to us when we were kids, and we'd go down and play by the water, and they'd say, "Don't tease the water." And, you know, we're kids. We would go down and we would tease the water. And we would go down and we would throw stones into the water, and we'd say, "Ha ha, you can't catch me." And we would run. And the waves would come. That water would wake up and the waves would come. And then pretty soon they were coming right up on the shore, and we'd be laughing and throwing rocks and running away from the water. And there was a dock there. And there was a group of kids that went down on that dock, and we said the same things to the kids that we were taught when we were kids: don't tease the water. Well, they went down and they were teasing the water. And this water came over the dock and swept all those kids off the dock. There was elders that were sitting on the shore watching this all happen. And they couldn't move fast enough, and it was dangerous to go out and get the kids. There was another young couple that came down the road, and they saw what was happening, and they went in and they pulled all the kids from the water. And so when we got the kids on shore and we were talking to them, and we said, what was happening? Well, we were teasing the water. Well, you were told not to tease the water. What did you learn? I learned that that water is very powerful, and that it could have killed me, and that it wasn't going to kill me. It was teaching me a lesson. So as they were being pulled off the dock and thrown into the other side of the dock, they learned that it was a very gentle thing, that it was very powerful. And some of those kids grew up to become fishermen and learned respect for the water. But when you're kids and you're growing up in an environment like that, where the land is your teacher, you're learning things from the land, whether it's watching a spider build a web, you know, but you know that those things are alive because you can feel the energy from them. So the water is life. It is alive. You know, today we have to watch the fish, how many fish we eat out of the bay. We have to boil our water. You know, we have to watch the shores to make sure there's no E. coli on those shorelines. like things have changed so much from the time that in my lifetime, from when I was a kid to now, that things have changed so much. We live in a very colonized world, and we're trying to teach our children through a colonized lens. You know, when you get out on the land and those things are still there, they're still the same. You know, you can learn and pick up things from the land as you're going along. And I just kind of think we need to get back to that. The last thing I'll say about that, and we talk about culture, and we talk all of these things, and we talk about treaty and our treaty relationships, and we're going back to treaty. And, you know, I was told this by an elder. When the settlers first arrived here, they spoke our language. They did our customs. They did whatever because we were the dominant culture here, and we lived off the land. And so they took our lead. And from the land comes our languages, comes the way of life, comes our food, comes the way that we clothe ourselves. All of those things come from the land and the water, and we know those things. You know, so I think that putting, you know, we can call it policy or we can call it whatever it is that we want, but I think when we're talking and teaching, learning about how to put these things into a curriculum for our children, the land is our best teacher, the water is our best teacher, you know, and they need to feel it, and they need to actually be there so that they can read it. You know, that should be their first language. And that should be all of our first language, not just First Nations, Indigenous people. That should be the language of the entire people that live on this land. You know, that should be our first language, is the land and the water. That's just my thoughts and how I think. I don't know where that came from, but out of body.
Yeah, I mean, thank you all so much for offering such good messages, words, in this beautiful conversation. We have gifts for all of you. This one's for Pierre. Yanni. Tara. And Susan. So, just a little bit of quick housekeeping. One, thank y'all so much. Thank you guys too for contributing. You know, I definitely come from a place of curriculum development that's very much for us, by us, you know, so thank you. So a round of applause for these wonderful people. And so it is now time for our wellness break. She's about half an hour. At 3:15, we're gonna then we're gonna put the water declaration out here. We're gonna talk about it. Think about what it could be as we kind of continue to work forward in this rights of rivers, rights of nature conversation. What are the dimensions of it? Is there something that needs to be added to the water declaration, which will require ceremony? Because as I learned, you know, I wasn't exposed to the water declaration until Sue Chibolo told me about it. And then I had just started a job at Chiefs of Ontario, and I had the wonderful opportunity to be exposed to that and become a part of that. So I'm really grateful. So we're going to continue that conversation in here. Swim, Drink, Fish is going to be presenting about fish consumption. Is this correct? Am I correct? Yes? Yes? And they're going to be down in the Niagara room where Benogamy was. And then, you know, for people that need just even a more extended break, and maybe just there will be a live stream in this room over here to kind of listen and just be in your space. But we're also going to have just some like coloring pages in there for people to relax. If you want to go in there and bead, go send your emails, whatever. That space in Salon A over there is available to you. And then we will close up at about 4:15 and just relax. Enjoy your time in Niagara. So, yeah, enjoy your wellness break. Now, do you guys want to get a picture? Yeah. Yes, let's get a picture.
With you, yeah, all together. Also, maybe here.
Sit down. I think you guys got like.
Yeah, but
you're
you.
real tall. I'll just stand in the back. I'm very short.
computer, Jenny? Oh, I wonder if I should leave it there because it's the presentation's on it. Probably. Yeah. I'll just leave it there. Do you want a coffee? Yes. T'en veux un café? Yeah. Oui. Oh, bien.
All right, y'all. We're going to enter into this final breakout session for the day before we close, and everybody gets to go and enjoy Niagara and whatever that looks like for you. And I'm really grateful that we're here to think about the rights of rivers and reinvigorating the water declaration that the Chiefs of Ontario passed in the historically. And what I love about this story for me is, again, being connected to Sue Chiblo and how she talked about how this declaration went through ceremony. And to honor that, I want to sort of put this up here. I'm going to read it. I mean, just to kind of make sure everybody is aware of what we have here. If you haven't read it before, if you've never been exposed, I can't believe I've lived so long and I finally just got exposed, this past summer. So, yeah. So, Water Declaration of the Anishinaabeg, Mushkowuk, and Ungwahue in Ontario. And it was revised March 2010. First Nation in Ontario, walk to the future and the footprints of our ancestors. The preamble. The First Nation Water Policy Forum, hosted by the Chiefs of Ontario Office and Garden River First Nation, October 15th to the 17th, 2008. The Anishinaabeg, Mushkowuk, and Ungwahue in Ontario met in Garden River First Nation to discuss their perspectives on the waters, including water quality, water quantity, safe drinking water, and models for a path forward. Central to the discussions were ceremony and spirituality, as the Anishinaabeg, Mushkowuk, and Ungwahue reflected upon their own inherent responsibilities and intimate relationships to the water. The Chiefs in Assembly at the 2008 Special Chiefs Assembly in Toronto passed Resolution 0887, Water Declaration, by consensus adopting the Water Declaration. Relationship to waters. The Anishinaabeg, Mushkowuk, and Ungwahue in Ontario are placed on Great Turtle Island by our Creator. And the Anishinaabeg, Mushkegowuk, and Ungwahue in Ontario have our own territories that includes waters, which include the rain waters, waterfalls, rivers, streams, creeks, lakes, mountain springs, swamp springs, bedrock, water veins, snow, oceans, icebergs, the sea, and the Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue women are the keepers of the waters, as women bring babies into the world carried on by the breaking of the water, and the Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue in Ontario, through the teachings of women, have the responsibility to care for the land and the waters by our Creator. And the Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue in Ontario know that we need to respect, honor, and share the spirit of the waters in ceremonies given to us by the Creator. And the Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue in Ontario have a direct relationship with all waters, fresh and salt, that must be taken care of to ensure that waters provides for humans on a daily basis. And the Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue in Ontario have the laws and the protocols to ensure clean waters for all living things. And the Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, Ungwahue in Ontario have ceremonies from birth to death that related to the care of the waters. And the Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue in Ontario have knowledge, laws, and our own ways to teach our children about their relationships to the water. And the Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue in Ontario made treaties with the non-Indigenous people based on the continuation of all life. And the Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue in Ontario's treaty making with the Crown created a relationship of rights for all parties. The Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue in Ontario's treaty relationships make certain that decision-making processes related to use and care of the waters is a right maintained by the Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue, and not handed over with the making of treaties. And the Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue in Ontario's fundamental water rights is a social relationship based on an expression of a power relationship between ourselves and our Creator. The Anishinaabe, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahoo in Ontario have rights to determine the key properties of the waters, including distribution, contents, and legitimacy of water rights to restore the balance. And the Anishinaabe, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahoo in Ontario have been able to make a review of the state of the waters within each of our territories. The Anishinaabe, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahoo in Ontario have seen the need to declare, retain, and assert our relationship with the waters to ensure that there is clean water for the future generations. The Anishinaabe, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahoo in Ontario are going to honor the spirit of the waters to begin a healing process which begins with men and women knowing their roles and responsibilities when it comes to the waters. The Anishinaabe, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahoo in Ontario have met in Garden River First Nation to raise our voices to speak for the water. Our responsibility to the future generations for those children yet unborn is set out in this water declaration. We announce and proclaim our roles as First Nations people of Turtle Island, the original caretakers, with rights and responsibilities to defend and ensure the protection, availability, and purity of all waters, both fresh and salt, for the survival of the present and future generations. Conditions of our waters. The ecosystem of the world have been under considerable stress from misuse and abuse. The waters are polluted with chemicals, pesticides, sewage, disease, radioactive waste, dumping of waste from mines, dumping from ships, in complete violation of our sacred laws given by the Creator. And the Anishinaabe, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahoo in Ontario have made a preliminary survey of the waters within our territories and found that the sensitive balance of the ecosystem has been compromised by the intervention of the non-Indigenous people. And the waste and destruction of entire waste systems have led to the shortage of waters and the contamination of the waters. The Anishinaabe, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahoo in Ontario have observed and heard the stories about the waters being polluted with chemicals, pesticides, sewage, disease, radioactive waste, dumping from mining, waste in waters that make the people sick, ocean-going boats who drop shipping waste into the waters. The animals, fish, and all living organisms are affected by pollution of the waters, where we are told to eat one fish a week rather than following our own diet. The Anishinaabe, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahoo in Ontario have been denied a role in the decision-making which results in the contamination of this precious gift. The Anishinaabe, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahoo in Ontario see the groundwaters being disrupted by forestry and mining, destroying groundwaters, rainwaters, and spring waters. The effects of global warming has been changing the amount of snow and rain to replenish the water systems. All living things are affected by this destruction of the waters from the forest, land, plants, marine life, air, fish, insects, birds, and animals. The destruction of all living beings have a direct relationship to the lives and health of Anishinaabe, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahoo in Ontario. The Anishinaabe, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahoo in Ontario have observed that the waters are increasingly being subjected to review and governed by foreign economic values which further alienate the relationships between the Anishinaabe, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahoo in Ontario and our relationships to all waters. Our major themes. As a result of our work, we have organized ourselves into major themes as a starting point to set up a plan for the future care of the waters. The main themes were the Anishinaabe, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahoo perspectives on waters, water quality, water quantity, safe drinking water, models for a path forward, elders' perspective and knowledge on water issues, and the importance of ceremony, song, and feasting, and all aspects of Anishinaabe, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahoo spirituality, and moving forward to protect the waters. The vital importance of the traditional role of Anishinaabe, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahoo women as water keepers, and the need to ensure that youth are educated in all customs and spirituality related to the waters. The important role of Anishinaabe, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahoo collective knowledge systems in the protection of water source, and how our collective knowledge can complement and be superior to Western science at times. The need for proper protocols to determine when and how to share this knowledge, including a proposal from an elders workshop held a few months ago to establish a regional panel of elders in Ontario to provide advice to governments seeking traditional knowledge and relationship building among the Anishinaabe, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahoo communities. The Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue lawmaking jurisdiction and sacred responsibility to protect the waters in all its forms in all parts of our territories. The importance of treaty making among the Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue as part of the collective work to protect the waters in Ontario and elsewhere. The impacts of past damage on the Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue's assessment of current threats arising from major development projects, industrial activity, and urban life in the Great Lakes Basin, the St. Lawrence River system, the St. Clair River, and the Northern River, French River, and the James Bay region, among others. Lessons learned from the international struggle leading to the adoption of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and how these lessons should be applied to the Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue strategies to work together to protect the waters. The healing properties of the waters physically, emotionally, and spiritually, especially natural spring waters and clean water sources compared to treated waters. The inadequate resources available to ensure the Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue in all parts of Ontario and Canada have proper wastewater management and have access to safe drinking water. And current attempts to offload the legal liability for this situation from the federal crown to the Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue themselves. The Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue have the right to fully participate in decisions rather than having an input. The Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue are not stakeholders. The Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue women are the holders of the rights to the waters. Each Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue child born comes with the breaking of water, which is a sacred obligation to the future generations. Rights of water and self-determination. An internationally protected right within international law relates to the right of self-determination. Indigenous peoples' right to self-determination was recognized by the General Assembly of the United Nations with the passage of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, by virtue of the right to freely determine our political status and freely pursue our economic, social, and cultural development. That means we have the right to exercise full authority as well as the responsibilities given to our ancestors by the Creator to care for our relatives, creation, including the waters. Self-determination includes the rights to control our institutions, territories, social order, and cultures without external interference or domination. Rights to waters and treaties. When our Anishinaabeg and Mushkogowuk and Ungwahue ancestors negotiated and conducted treaties with the crowns, we were exercising our right of self-determination as nations. Our treaties are recognized under international law and are the source of rights. As treaty nations, Canada has a legal obligation to engage us in a dialogue to determine their role in relation to the well-being of Mother Earth. As the Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue in Ontario, we are telling Canada and the province of Ontario, who are not parties to the treaty, but entities who have inherited the obligation to implement the treaties, we are going to make decisions related to the waters. The Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue in Ontario have the authority and responsibility as given to us by our Creator. We are going to assert our authority. We have legal rights recognized by the laws given to us by our Creator, Constitution of Canada, and international law. The Crown has a duty to consult with treaty peoples and to accommodate our interests grounded in the honor of the Crown. The honor of the Crown requires to consult with and reasonably accommodate the interests of Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue nations. The purpose of the duty to consult is to protect the lands and all of our relations critical to exercising of our treaty rights. The Crown needs to engage in a process to determine how good faith consultation is going to take place in relation to our relationships to the waters. The Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwahue in Ontario are going to develop a consultation process related to our rights to indicate to government and industry the level that we need to be engaged in and when discussing our rights. Woo! Wow. Yeah. I forgot it was 6 pages. Just up here sweating. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and you know what? Like, I just really wanted to share this because I know and read it out loud because I know how we all get spread in a million different directions. Taking the time to read something and process it and sit with it can feel like a lot. And I've definitely been in committees before where we looked at the same briefing note for 6 months because nobody read it. But I offer this as a foundation for us to begin thinking about reinvigorating this water declaration, specifically through this work that we're doing within the Great Lakes Freshwater Ecosystem Initiative, and how we have been able to secure funding. Finally, we've been just doing this for years without any funding in a lot of senses. And I think it's a really powerful moment as we have resources now and that we want to create continuity around that. And we want to ensure that our voices are in these decision-making spaces. And so I wanted to bring this back again to remind us of what we had already established, but also to ask the questions of what do you feel we need to re-emphasize and prioritize at this time? Or did you see anything that was missing from what I shared in the water declaration? With the reminder that with these suggestions, they do need to go through ceremony. Just in the same way that this declaration was created, it needs to continually go through those processes. And I kind of feel like it reminds me of polishing the Gasuenta, our wampum belts. And that this was an important practice for us because we have to remind ourselves of the stories and the agreements we have, so we keep that memory alive and that's being passed on to future generations. And I think it's just such an amazing gift. So I want to just open up the floor to see if anybody had anything they wanted to add or had any comments of what they're feeling inspired by in this moment. Because I could already get a sense from reading it that we're already talking about these things today. We're already making movement through curriculum and teaching our youth. We're already making movement through being present in these COA conversations and actually being ahead of schedule. Love that for us. So I just want to put it out there. Yeah, let's get the microphone. Oh, we got one over here.
The short question is, how do you enforce this? How do you put that into practice? A number of years ago, or not that long ago, we actually looked at doing an environmental assessment, but raising the platform, raising the bar, so it would incorporate both provincial and federal regulation, but at the same time put in from the First Nation, which raise those standards, because they kept lowering standards on environmental issues. Today, they're taking it out altogether. I mean, it's all of the things that we keep trying to do. It's dropped even lower. So from a legal standpoint, how would you approach that?
Thank you for the question and comment. In fact, when Abraham was reading the declaration, I thought of the conversation we just had already on concerning contamination, what they are doing with waters, that we are not controlling anything. And also I see that this water declaration is like a statement of what was the state of the issues in 2010. But now we are in 2025 and it's still the same or even worse. So I think something also was missing in this declaration after our conversation concerning not only our rights, but the rights of the waters, the rights of the ecosystems, to think that maybe I don't know if they have the possibility to include water has agency and rights that should be recognized, respected, and honored by every government and everyone. So we are like building in more wording that have more teeth
to ask for respect to other governments. What's the control you are doing? It's not only our rights that are affected, it's the rights of the ecosystem of the waters that we honored. So I think it's important to evaluate, because the paper, the law is powerful. It's a way to reivindicate our rights and to protect what we love. And we love water and ecosystem is a way of having the tools to go farther.
Thank you. Great presentation. Yeah, I think I have some questions too, just if anyone has advice on actions people and communities are taking, particularly on the state side, where the waters and fish and communities are all at threat from these large corporate AI centers. And they're threatening to take, like Microsoft Center just got a green light in Mount Pleasant, and they're threatening to, they're saying they need to use up millions of gallons of water from the Great Lakes, and that all the lakes are connected. So that's impacting stateside, Canada, all of our communities. And I just, I'm wondering, what can we do? Like, how do we fight back against these huge corporate, multi-billion-dollar industry? And also given like AI is on the rise. And so just wondering if anyone is facing similar challenges in their communities and has recommendations for actions that we can take. Miigwech.
So, Akwesasne, this is kind of like not something that is out there as it should be, but at the old GM site in Akwesasne, we have a data center. And we've been kind of advocating for that to leave because of the potential to volatilize PCBs within the soils. Because of the heat that is generated from those servers. But on a larger level, right, this is the hard part, because right now the EPA's like basically strategic pillars, like one of them is like becoming AI, the world AI dominant in the United States. Like that is crazy to me. That and automotives, like why is that an environmental protection agency's like guiding force? There's clearly something wrong here, right? And so what I've been sort of seeing within these dynamics is conversations placating tribal communities through the relationships with the EPA. I have to give it up in my love for the Haudenosaunee Environmental Task Force, which operates in like what is New York, per se, right? And Haudenosaunee diplomacy is something really beautiful to watch because it's humorous and it's kind of hilarious to me because I had to present to a Trump EPA person, and I was told that I had to avoid specific words and whatnot. And then the person that introduced me, Dave Arquette, was like, "Well, we can't talk about climate change or protecting the environment, so we might as well keep it moving." And I was like, "Those were literally the things you told me not to talk about." But I just love that there is a certain sense of shame. Not that that administration is super shameful about what they're doing, but where I see a lot of possibility and what I'm really intrigued by is creating these cross-border relationships, right? Reinvigorating the Haudenosaunee connections across basically the St. Lawrence, because the Haudenosaunee Confederacy within New York State, I don't feel like communicates a lot with this side, right? The only way I sort of see that happening is through ceremony, and specifically through the Galawio, or oh my gosh, I'm blanking, but Handsome Lake, which is like an annual thing that we do in our communities and how we come together, and it goes from each Haudenosaunee community, and I do believe it comes north sometimes. But like, I think a big part of it is us gathering and talking. And I've heard sort of pieces of this throughout some of this work is we want to be connected to the tribal communities and the issues that are affecting them. And I will say, I don't have an answer. I really don't quite know, other than just living my life as an Akwesaslono, going back and forth across the border and living a life that is split by that, and having the fluidity to do that, which I don't know how long that's going to last if this administration continues. But it's relationships, it's connections. I think we've heard that multiple times throughout the days here about those people that are working across the border and sharing with each other. And I do think that our legislation, our right to determine our legislation on territory is a powerful mechanism. And that's why I'm sort of looking at rights of river specifically as a tool of harm reduction to at least disrupt that system, if anything. Because I know that the White River Band of, I want to say a White River or White Mountain Band of Ojibwe have a rights of monoman. And they've gone to court over it quite a few times, and I do believe it stood up for itself. Is that in that? So, and that case study, right, is in Yenny's book. And so there is lessons within that, and perhaps maybe that's an initiative that we have to sort of put down here. Is like, we're not just thinking about Ontario, right? I wonder what that looks like, especially for a declaration that is passed through Chiefs of Ontario and the Chiefs in Assembly. What does that look like? So all of that to say, I think communities are organizing and showing up. And, you know, part of this big AI conversation, and this is just a little awareness, is there is a old nuclear site in Geneseo County that is like the oldest in the world. And the governor of New York State is trying to get that to continue so it can support servers in Syracuse, New York. And then they're also looking out near the Senecas of Tonawanda. And the more of us that like add our voice to this conversation, I think shows the support and possibility of our communities coming together. So that feels like something that could be a part of this water declaration and that intentionality that we're laying down. Does that sound good to the community of like, you know, really working across this border? I mean, we see it. We're on the better side of New Niagara, as we've heard. I see the comment
over here. Good. Come in. I was hiding in the far corner. Sorry about that.
It's just a comment in terms of what you have just added. And I think somebody mentioned it earlier about boundaries. One of the things that we look at here are our elders. We started out in a small area along the North Shore, but really, you know, limiting to a certain area does not do them justice. The knowledge that they share go right around the Great Lakes. There are no boundaries. The nice part about it is they're not limited in the sense that they come under INAC rules or any other rules. So they are free to move in any direction that they choose, okay, within reason, right? And at the same time, they bring the youth come along and share that knowledge that's being passed on type of thing, or shared, because our people are on both sides of the Great Lakes. We're not limited to Ontario or Quebec or any one of those things, but I think it's important to understand just how flexible, and their priorities are not one of economics. It's primarily the next generation. So, you know, that I think that's really important to think about.
Yes, that important to know that you shared also 2 minutes ago about the imaginary boundaries between United States and Canada concerning the waters.
So I think we can think, like, imagine a beautiful water act coming from the indigenous nations can be a good leadership for future, to say other governments you should join. That is powerful and inspiring for everyone, that we can unite and follow your vision. And it makes me, it reminds me the occasion I have to exchange with the uncle Angangak, who is a shaman and a healer from Greenland. And we were in a sharing circle in New York concerning the preparation for the COP30, and he said, you know, there's a prophecy that the indigenous visions, indigenous going to save the planet. So maybe this is the moment, the right moment to act, to do a huge step. You want to, sorry, could you?
What if the states want to take all of our water from the Great Lakes? That would be my big concern.
Exactly. We need to act before that, because common law takes into account every little document or law. Common law is the law coming from the community. So if you have a law already and it is going to in front of a justice, they have to take into account everything, single law that comes from the community. Indigenous, not indigenous. Because it's this is what I learned of common lawyers, that is something that is evolving. So if you do it before, you take the water, you can't stop it. But we need to act before they do that. Because afterwards, it's like they can have all the rights because it's an object. They have the right to give the authorities authorization to take the waters. But if you have a law, then you have to respect. And then you're going to ask why you are going against our laws. And the water is not belonging to anybody, not in common law, not in civil law, not indigenous law. Water is for everyone. Nobody can own water, so we have all the obligation to honor water, so we can ground on the deep roots of each little legal system. But it's important to act before. So like the magpie, they saw that they were coming, a dam were coming. Before the dam to be built, they act already. Has a legal personhood and rights. Then the rights to sue. They say, okay, we don't have any plan. No longer plan to the Magpie River. We are honoring that decision before the fact. After, it's very, very difficult to stop it, like the Romaine. Romaine was the case before the Magpie being destroyed. But the Magpie, they act before. So that's why to be prepared and to do what we can do at this moment.
I just want to recap for everybody, so we all can understand exactly what you're saying, Jenny. So the Romaine River was destroyed by Hydro-Quebec because they put a massive power dam on the river, and it completely altered it. Hydro-Quebec likes to do what it wants. But what I understand, Jenny, through your support, the Innu knew that the Magpie was next, and Hydro-Quebec had plans to build a massive dam on the Magpie River. And the Innu came together with Jenny, and they gave the Magpie legal personhood, and guess what happened? Hydro-Quebec went away. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, you know what? We didn't have, what plans? We had no plans. So that's interesting, and I just thought I'd recap there to explain the history of what happened on the Magpie, and that was actually just a couple of years ago. Over to you, Lori. Do you have a question?
Question and comment. Further to the comment you'd made about how is it enforced? Because it was a declaration made at Assembly, did each community then go back to their own communities and have it asserted within their own governance. And the other thing, I've heard from other communities about if they're having an issue with outside forces, that they sometimes feel like they're standing alone. They don't have the support from others. So how do you do that? Because you're declaring it as a group, but when things happen, a community stands alone. So just comment.
I just wanted to add to that as well. I think, the law is one thing that we can operate in. And I think it is, for me anyways, it's a tool of harm reduction. And harm reduction being this approach that it's not going to fix the problem completely. And in these circumstances, I feel the need that sometimes our bodies literally have to get in the way and to organize and to demonstrate. And I think there's been this really unfortunate idea that's kind of permeated society that demonstrating doesn't work, that us gathering, us singing, us getting our messages out there doesn't work, but it does. And I've seen it transform the landscape. And, I have to give my gratefulness to Harriet Geha, who passed away, and who taught me about how the Haudenosaunee went and supported the Mi'kmaq during the lobster wars in the 90s. And then, Wet'suwet'en had come out and supported us during our 90s conflict. And so there's these intimate, beautiful connections across our communities where we have come together and we have changed things, And I mean, most recently, despite its disruption and probably even some questionable, community dimensions, was, the way that Tyendinaga, they weren't on the tracks. They just stood next to them and were demonstrating. And Canada decided to say that we were blocking the way. And and so there's this piece to me about how do we get together and support each other in those circumstances where our rights are betrayed. And I see one of those locations potentially in the future as the Ring of Fire, right? With this Bill C-5 business. But yeah, I think that's a part of a bigger discussion. But I also want to sort of emphasize how important it is to show up and to put our bodies out there, just like our ancestors have been doing for hundreds, if not thousands of years, to be honest. Susan?
Yeah.
Thank you. And again, in terms of to support what you've just said, not that long ago, on the glyphosate file, which the elders have been saying to government, saying to the province, saying to the federal government, marches on Parliament Hill, different gatherings. We did, in my community of Serpent River, we did a bottleneck on the Trans-Canada Highway. And it was amazing the number of people that came to support that protest over the use of glyphosate on the clear-cut areas into water, affecting animals, land, people, etc. But it also had a domino effect on different municipalities as well that joined in, and rightfully so, because glyphosate doesn't care who you are. It affects everybody. And that was one of the things that we've tried to point out. Just get educating the public on what is there. That was extremely important. And you got their support as a result of sharing that information. I was amazed at the number of people that turned out on that, and I'd never suspect something that big. Anyway, thank you.
A question for Jenny. you discussed in the, I don't know if you discussed in this session, but also in the earlier one, about the effort by the First Nations of Quebec and Labrador Assembly to put legislation for St. Lawrence personhood, right to the St. Lawrence. I think the assertion of that fact is like quite important, but was that legislation also put forward as a tool that would be more actively used by the Assembly, guiding how they interact or how they advocated, or in other ways? Would that piece be an active tool for the communities?
So, just to clarify the question, you would like to know how was the process of presenting the bill or the declaration?
No, more about how they envisioned it as useful. Like, was it just the assertion, or does it take a prominent role in how it's guiding their activities going forward, or they see that as a prominent role?
Yeah, I think they understand very well the problems of the St. Lawrence River, and they know that a lot of communities are suffering of the threats of the river. That, in fact, Inez will share after me, if you want, concerning the threats of the river. And they united because they see the necessity of supporting this beautiful movement. They say, we need to be part of it, because the magpie is like the small one that is like 200 kilometers long, that is huge, is leading the way to the big one that is the St. Lawrence River. They are connecting together. And they wanted to be part of this because they say, now the next piece of legislation, we need to be part also of this drafting. And I think that we can envision something bigger. It would be Great Lakes and St. Lawrence River Act, but also championship by you, with a lot of wording and as you told me before, these views that you have of what is the spirit of the water. So not only a piece of legislation that is very technical, but also inspiring, and going to inspire the future, and is going to serve as a piece of educational for next lawyers, next generations, next young people who are going to learn what's the beautiful law we have, and that's going to be shared around the world. So I think that we can imagine this beautiful collaboration, because we are really connected. We are drinking the water of the St. Lawrence River with all of the beautiful things that are coming from Great Lakes. So, you know, that is beautiful and not beautiful things that we are sharing. So I think it's important to connect together, and with the Assembly of First Nations, Quebec, Labrador. I don't know if I answered the question.
I'm just going to maybe add a part to that for you, Ryan. Just to share, Jenny, the assertion is through the Guardian Council. And so the resolution, the laws are passed within a First Nations, through Chief and Council within a constitution. However, it's done within the Parliament, within the legislatures of the provinces afterwards. However, it's done. But really, then the First Nation becomes the voice of the river. And the rights of the river are, as shown in the Water Declaration and more, are upheld by the First Nation as the voice. And the First Nation also decides who else is on that Guardian Council. Is it other First Nations in their territory? Like, if we look at the Robinson-Huron treaties, all the Anishinaabe nations there, do they come together for that part of the Great Lakes? Is it others, like in Akwesasne? Would you include the Conservation Authority on a Guardian Council? Or who? And so, but ultimately it's the First Nations leading water governance through, like, doing their laws in their own ways, and governing through First Nations governance in their own ways, in line with their own value systems. Does that help, Ryan? Okay. Anybody have any questions here? I'm looking. Flag me down. Yeah?
I was just wondering, we've question this very thing. Whether it's a First Nation or a community within the watershed of the region, how do you, something could be worked out there where you're limiting the type of resource extraction that takes place within that area, and the both above water, underground water, etc. Those all things that affect the land, and especially anything that's close to water. The water that's coming in right now from some of these lakes in the north, etc., they're pristine, and they ultimately end up in Lake Huron, which is important in terms of keeping it clean and fresh. But I mean, industry seems to outnumber what the clean water. Like I was mentioning earlier, even Lake Superior now dumping into Ontario or Lake Huron is showing up, and it's downstream. I mean, the people in Toronto that are sitting there are receiving all from the mines, from the pulp and paper mills. I mean, you name it that goes on there. So I think it's important to maintain the water that's there that's clean, so that it can help freshen the Great Lakes, but at the same time, not stop development, but to control it in such a way that it does not empty into our lakes. I mean, we're kind of redlining right now with everything, and water. I mean, that's one of the key things. We can go so long without food, but we can't make it that long without water. So those things are very, very important. I mean, and then you've got the states are now competing for that water as well. So there's a number of issues that are going to come up here. This may be just the start of it.
I have another question over there, so just bear with me, guys. Unless you had a response to...
Just to say also that I agree with the question we are not stopping everything. It's just that we can do better, and we have a lot of technology to use it. That sometimes some industries said, I prefer to pay the amount.
Yeah, the right to.
I have to pay for the
fee in lieu.
Yeah, the fee. Instead of investing on wastewater treatment, because the law allows that. So we can do better.
Yeah. My name is John Adams. I'm from Amjadon First Nation. I live in the St. Clair River District, right at the base of Lake Huron. And we have tremendous problems with all the refineries that are there. Our chief mentioned this morning, we need, not only in Sarnia, but all over, to have this water treated properly before it comes back in, because they're all just taking it. They don't pay for it. They get a permit to get water. At my house, I got to pay maybe $60, $70 a month for my water. They don't pay. They pay pennies compared to what all the residents of the city and our community pay. So the most important thing is, again, to get on them and get the government to stipulate that they have to meet the speculations when returning that water back into the water, because it goes right along. It goes along the St. Clair River down to Detroit. Detroit is terrible too. They have a Rouge River. It's a tributary of the Detroit River that the people used to set on fire just so they would stop polluting it, because the government, I don't know if the government or the county officials or the city officials, whoever it was, they weren't doing nothing about it. So the citizens were catching it on fire, and it wasn't tough. Throw some sticks on there, and it was burning up, and it was crazy. But at least it got their attention, But that was going right into the Detroit River, right into Lake Erie. And I'm probably aging myself by saying this. The people in the room that will remember, they used to call Lake Erie the dead lake because of all the pollution that was in that lake. But at least the governments on both sides, the American and the Canadian government, stepped in. And now I think I could positively say that the lake is coming back. It's getting back into prosperity. There's more fishing. There isn't as much smell as there used to be, because we have quite a shoreline on the excuse me, on the Canadian side for Lake Erie. So I think we have to, one thing, and I'm really glad to hear, I really was really happy to hear what the students were saying, and it's really good to have them involved in this, because again, it's been repeated so many times today, they're our future, and they're the ones that are going to lead, and they're going to think about what's going on. I know a lot of communities, close to probably maybe 80-90% of our communities now have a youth council along with their regular council, which is a good thing. And it helps because they get together and they think, and boy, oh boy, some of these ideas they come from, you know, the old school, do it this way. No, they know a better way. They're going to school and finding out, which is a great thing. But I still have to, I couldn't sit here without saying you have to emphasize to get that water treated before it goes back. And it's got to be Native people to do it, because we're the ones concerned about it. If they give the job to anybody, layman, I don't know how to pronounce, how to describe it, but I know Native persons will worry about it and take care of it, because we're the only ones that are worried about it right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Just looking around. Don't be shy. Okay.
So just to share something, it's like we are lucky that we have the resilience of water. So there's hope that we can change things, improve the quality of water.
Yeah, Ani Bojo, Samantha Kisis Dijnakas, Mokdonji. My comments about the declaration is it speaks to what we feel and think now, and what was said back then in 2010 is still relevant today, because we're still dealing with issues. We still have communities that don't have potable water. And to me, I think it's still very relevant, but I think we also need to really think about updating and really involving the constraints that we're under right now with climate change, with the decreasing water, the increasing evaporation that happens on the Great Lakes. All of those kinds of things need to be brought into the declaration, because times have changed and the scarcity, quality, quantity has become ever more important.
Yeah, that's right. And, that was talked about in Jenny's presentation earlier, right? What I often think about as an environmental planner is how, colonial laws haven't really done a whole lot. And I remember studying years ago that one of the big problems we had was that they were missing values, cultural values. And, that's why they're not serving us, because we're not living them as a value. You look to Lake Erie was called dead in the 80s. Well, Lake Simcoe is dead now. And Lake Ontario the province of Ontario, through huge public momentum, passed the Lake Simcoe Protection Act, which is the strongest environmental law to date. And nothing's been done. And so, with all these changes coming, like, the world has changed now thanks to First Nations leadership. It's not going to happen the way it did before, when the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement, you guys weren't included, or the Canada-Ontario Water Quality Agreement, you weren't included, you weren't there. That's not going to happen anymore, thanks to your leadership, right? And so this is so timely to have these discussions now, because the change is before us. Over to you, Abe.
Well, that was a really beautiful conversation. I keep looking at you. I'm sorry. Just really locked into that question and the faces you're making. But what I sort of heard and resonated with, and actually it was Mike that said it this morning, and I'm not sure I'm saying it right. Like, I'm on my language learning journey like many other people. And you had said, Skana Aidawa Nuni? And I do believe that's somewhere close, in my understanding, that, like, we're creating peace, right? And I really, really, really feel that pursuit of peace Like, you know, we hear a lot about conflict. We hear about a lot about like environmental contamination, the legacies of this. And a lot of it to me comes back to that core of the pursuit of peace. And that being one of those core pieces of who we are as Haudenosaunee, right? And I think that, you know, these are some of these teachings we can bring together, you know, as the Anishinaabeg, Mushkogowuk, and Ungwehue peoples. And I think I'm saying that middle word wrong. If somebody could help me, I'd really appreciate it. Mushkogowuk? Mushkigowuk. Thank you. And so I just want to take a moment, you know, we're coming to a close today. I'm gonna ask Brooke if he might sing us one more song on the way out. I seen you come in here and I thought I might use the opportunity. But, you know, I want to just take a moment to celebrate and extend my gratefulness that you guys all showed up. And you guys all are participating and contributing to this conversation. You know, and I hope it gets you thinking, you know, and me and Sylvia and Ryan and Kathleen are only an email away. You know, we want to help communities because what I sort of see as like the real teeth behind this, and it's been only through my exposure as part of Mohawk Council of Akwesasne, was that we can pass our own community legislation. And within these community legislations, we can identify a body in the same way that the Boundary Waters Treaty established the International Joint Commission. And it was 3 years ago in, I think actually Niagara, that Dean Sayers called for the dismantling of the IJC and the replacement with a circle of elders. And it was really beautiful, and we talked about it the other day, and I always just get such a good chuckle out of that. But it reminds me that these conversations change things. Us showing up, us putting our voice, us asking for what we're asking for does change. It does make progress. We have made incredible progress over these years. And I want to make sure to honor that and celebrate that through the work that I get to do, through the people I get to work with. And I'm just want to, you know, give my gratefulness to the team that made this possible, and to remind folks that we're going to be doing water ceremony again in here tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. We have a full day ahead of us, kind of very much the exact same schedule as today, but just kind of like teeing this up is we're going to talk about the practical sort of how do we bring these to our communities. You know, what does that actually look like? That's what we're going to talk about tomorrow. Because, you know, I feel that the declaration is sort of this higher level, you know, statement. But when we bring it down to like that brass tacks on the ground, I've never seen that legislation used against Canada. Like we have a conservation, one of the oldest conservation laws in Canada, in Akwesasne, and I've never seen that used against Canada. That would be pretty powerful. That would be amazing. And I wonder if we pass rights of rivers and waters and nature legislation in this way that are dripping with our legal frameworks, because we have legal systems that exist. And, you know, we were hoping one of the boroughs, Lindsay or John, would be able to join us and share about what that reclamation process looks like. But I'm just really grateful to be amongst such wonderful company, wonderful people that led amazing breakout groups, and, you know, our wonderful elders for opening the space, for blessing this space. And I'm excited for tomorrow. And even beyond tomorrow, all the amazing things we're going to be doing beyond that. And I want you to know that, like, I'm listening and I hear you. And I want you to know that I'm going to carry these messages with me. Because I don't know how I do it, but I tend to end up in rooms that I can say some things. And I really enjoy that opportunity, and that this does create change. So with that said, I am going to call up Brooke to close us with a good song. And then we will be back in here tomorrow. So, nyawa, teknigo. See you tomorrow.
Same time, same place. Leave my tapes here for tomorrow so I can